never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is calling for the protection of civilians in Gaza.
Blinken is meeting with Egypt's president on Sunday. Mideast leaders are hoping to prevent a wider conflict. The latest numbers as of Sunday morning indicate that more than 2,400 people have been killed in Gaza and 9,200 injured. In Israel, 1,400 people have been killed and 3,500 wounded. 29 Americans were also killed and 15 remain missing, according to the State Department. I'm Skip Kelly.
FBI Director Christopher Wray said reported domestic threats have surged as conflicts in Israel escalates. Wray acknowledged the increase in threats due to the heightened environment, calling for increased vigilance and requesting that police continue to share intelligence and observations. In the week since the deadly Hamas attack on Israel, pro-Palestinian rallies have taken place in several cities across the U.S. Anti-Semitic activist organizations are supporting the attack, calling Israelis occupiers. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin of Virginia says it's important for the Jewish people to know they are supported.
There is a real sense of fear in the Jewish community, and we need to recognize that anti-Semitism is real, and we have families that are afraid to go to the grocery store. They're afraid for their children in schools. In the United States, in Virginia. And so we are standing strong to combat anti-Semitism and to tell the Jewish people that we are standing with them at this horrific time.
Actress Suzanne Summers has died after a long battle with breast cancer. Summers gained instant fame in the mid-'70s as Chrissy Snow on the ABC hit comedy Three's Company. She went on to star in other sitcoms such as Step by Step and She's the Sheriff. In addition to acting, Summers had her own line of health, beauty, and fitness products. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A teenager is in custody in connection with last week's mass shooting that left 5 people injured at Maryland's Morgan State University. The 17-year-old male was arrested on Thursday in Washington, D.C., will face multiple counts of attempted murder. Detectives are also looking for another suspect identified as 18-year-old Jovan Williams. A $9,000 reward is being offered for tips in the case. Former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen is facing a health-related issue and will not testify in court next week. Cohen was scheduled to appear on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week to testify in Trump's $250 million civil fraud case. The news comes one day after Trump announced he would fly into New York to watch Cohen testify. The days of walking into your neighborhood Best Buy store for the latest DVD are about to be a thing of the past.
The consumer electronics retailer is phasing out the sale of physical movies in its stores, but not until after the holidays. Best Buy will stop selling DVD and Blu-ray discs in its stores by early next year. The company says the way we watch movies and TV shows is much different than it was decades ago. I'm Jeremy Scott.
Kaiser Permanente and its union workers have agreed on a tentative deal after the largest healthcare strike in American history. Last week's strike lasted only 3 days, but the unions were threatening an 8-day strike that would have taken place next month if a deal wasn't reached by Halloween. Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty, would you looky there? Another year older. I don't know about another year wiser, but yeah, thanks for all the birthday wishes. Thank you. Just going through Facebook this past morning and say, wow, mighty nice of me. I appreciate that. Well, we close out another regular old day and another weekend. Get ready for the greatest day of the week. Here comes a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. Plenty to keep you busy in the sports world, right? College football, NFL action, Major League Baseball. All right, so it's down to the championship series. In the American League, Game 1 is in the books. Closed things out about an hour or so ago. Texas Rangers downing those Houston Astros. The Battle of Texas in the American League. 2-0, the final score in game number 1. And so kickoff National League Championship Series. Game 1 will take place today, and it'll be game 2 for the American League Championship Series later on today as well. And, of course, in the NASCAR world, all right, we close out race number 1 in the field of 8. That's a 3-race to take it down to the final 4 on a championship weekend just a few weeks away. Hard to believe. Change of the seasons. We're wrapping up baseball. We're wrapping up NASCAR action. Speaking of action on the track, we close out another season of racing for the straight line racers. And congratulations to our Hot Shot Secrets sponsored Ryan Milliken. I see Kyle posted here a few hours ago as he was headed back to Columbus International Airport. What a week at No Mercy 14. He said, I couldn't be more proud and happy for Ryan Milliken on his X275 win. Not only was the car working perfect all week, and he was cutting light after light after light, but this dude's been putting in work for years to make this all come together. I've watched the successes and a lot of failures, but he learns from his trips on the struggle bus. And this past day was proof of that, putting a diesel-powered vehicle in the winner's circle at South Georgia Motorsports Park. That is quite an accomplishment. Hard work pays off, and he earned this. Now, there will be more diesels to do so, and they're certainly coming, as I've warned everybody, but there will always be only one first to do it. And there you go. Ryan Milliken is the first. Congratulations, brother. Certainly was an awesome way to cap off my last race of the year. All right, so after what has been a busy summer and on into the fall of travel on the tracks around the country, there you go. Congratulations to our Hot Shot Secrets sponsored Ryan Milliken, putting it in the winner's circle. All righty, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. On a cloudy night, it's kind of a cool night, 49 outside the secret bunker. More and more folks adding on to the list of that first frost or freeze of the season right there in central portions of the country, as far south as the northern Texas, Oklahoma Panhandle region. Frost advisories and even some freeze warnings. Freeze warnings up through western portions of Kansas into south central Nebraska. Frost advisories extending over into west central and southwestern Iowa, as a matter of fact. For even the deep south, even in the likes of the Sunshine State, it's going to be very cool. I mean, you're not talking freezing temperatures, but for Floridians, when you get overnight lows like down into the 40s, it's like they're freezing to death, right? They're breaking out the heavy winter apparel. Yes, indeed, a storm that produced incredible amounts of rain from the foothills of the northern Rockies all the way to the mid-Atlantic and southern New England moves off the coast out to sea on into the day, Monday, as we start the new week. But this storm depositing anywhere from 6 to 10 inches of rain on parts of Nebraska and South Dakota as we were rolling into the weekend. Same system that had its moments for severe weather as well over parts of the plains and the Mississippi Valley back to late Thursday into Friday evening. Storm spotter and radar debris signatures indicate 5 tornadoes had occurred in south central Nebraska late last week. Meanwhile, the rain pretty much a welcomed sight over the north central states. Many locations struggling with moderate or even extreme drought conditions in recent weeks and even months. While indeed some of the runoff will eventually work into the Missouri, the upper Mississippi, and Ohio rivers, any bump in water levels be probably just going to be slight and brief here over the next few weeks. Friday afternoon, no official tornado touchdowns, but multiple funnel clouds observed by spotters there in the state of Iowa. But as the storm moves out to sea, and we've got the big dip in the jet stream taking up over the eastern third of the country, we're going to be feeling more like mid-November over the next couple of days. Daytime highs, Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, probably going to be only in the 50s through Monday. Should be in the 60s at least this time of year. In the coastal Northeast, highs within a few degrees of 60 from Boston to New York City down into the D.C. area for Monday and Tuesday. This same pattern is going to send a record-challenging chill into Florida, though. May very well trigger the first snowflakes of the season over the higher terrain there in the southern Appalachians. High pressure builds over the East Coast by midweek this week, so that'll bring in a stretch of dry conditions. That sunshine may expand across the Ohio and Tennessee valleys by Wednesday. Calmer conditions take over. Wednesday into Thursday later this week, we'll be watching for a low-pressure system diving in from central Canada. That's going to bring back the damp, chilly weather in parts of New England and the mid-Atlantic after some drier weather coming your way on Tuesday. Well, what's left of our storm system as I look at the national radar scene, there's not much that's going to slow you down tonight. Still have some light rainfall through much of northern Indiana, moving over to west central and northwestern Ohio. You'll be finding some spotty showers and sprinkles on up through central upstate New York into New England. Maybe a few spotty, very light showers in the southeast as well. But the overall picture, a pretty good night for trailer trucking around the country. So indeed, lots to cover as we get the brand new week started here. All the latest. Will we have a House Speaker this week? My, there's still a lot of question marks that remain in that category. Jim Jordan did secure the nomination after Scalise had dropped out last week. It does not appear that Jordan's going to be able to muster the 217 votes. Plans were initially to have a vote maybe later today, Monday, at 6 in the evening. Latest reports make it look like they may not even vote today. They may wait till Tuesday. Give you all the latest there. Of course, the UAW update, Friday's announcement. Nothing really new added to the strike list, but there are more layoffs taking place, the ripple effects of the now entering week number 5 of the UAW strike against the Big Three. So, yes, indeed, lots to cover. Trust you had a wonderful weekend. We'll get to some of our listening friends who's checking in here on a Back to Work Monday coming up as we roll on into the late night, early morning hours. Get the new week started at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yes, indeed. All righty, Philly Dan. Hey there. Yes, it is that time again. Just hope everybody had a great weekend. The Eagles finally lose a game. They played like crap today. But let's go Phillies tonight. Hey, good luck there. Marianne on board saying hi to all the listeners out there. Hello, Steve, the overnight family. Good morning to the Dipsy driver and Lily from Darla and the Fur Babies. Brain dead. All right. Happy good morning, Steve. Happy Thursday to me. Happy Monday to you. Yeah, I can't wait, as tomorrow night will be my Friday there. Oh, and before I forget, happy late birthday. It was rather busy this past day with the funeral and such. But I'll try to call in later here on a Monday. All right, good afternoon, Hammerdown. There's Larry. It is 49 degrees, Tarrytown, New York tonight. Hello, Daniel. Checking in from Sumner, Washington. A little light drizzle in the air tonight. 5-7, copy the mail. Yes, I saw passing of Suzanne Summers. He said she was the cute blonde in the 1956 T-Bird in the American Graffiti movie. Yeah, she passed away 70s. She was today, Monday, would have actually been her 77th birthday. So she passed away one day before number 77. It was actually breast cancer. It was her second bout with breast cancer and unable to beat it. Round number 2. So, yeah, she was a pretty one. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and all the listening folks. I didn't check the temperature, but it's kind of a cool night here in Kentucky. Praying you had a wonderful birthday. Everybody take care, be safe, and, of course, as always, be blessed. Happy birthday from Kim, May all your wishes come true. Thank you, Kim. Hello, John, Steve, and Stevettes. Godspeed to you and your followers. God bless the United States of America and the nation of Israel. Oh, and happy birthday, Steve. Thank you so much, everybody. Still, happy birthday. Happy. Diane chimes in. Happy birthday. Monty, good to have you on board as well. Bradley says, hope you had a great birthday. Yeah, it's just regular. Yeah, the kids came over, grandkids came over, and it's been kind of a tradition for many, many years. Steve Summers doesn't really like birthday cake. I'm just never really been a cake fan. And it's, my mom used to say, well, what do you want? And I'd say, pumpkin pie. So, yeah, they brought me, I got a pumpkin pie and a pecan pie for my birthday. One candle I had to blow out. Lazy bums, but, yeah, the big 5-9. Yeah, next year, boy, oh boy, it is hell getting old. Big Ed, I saw that. Big Ed. Prayers for Big Ed. I guess he took a bit of a tumble to start his weekend. To which he said, it's hell getting old. I was unhooking my trailer at Love's, getting a level valve replaced on the tractor. Hooked my Kingpin puller up, went to pull on it, and pulled on it too hard, lost my grip. Went flying across the parking lot on my right arm and shoulder. Yeah, talk about peeling the hide off my arm. The Love's mechanic came running over. He said, damn, dude, you all right? Do you need an ambulance? I said, no, but I sure could use a hand getting up here. By that point, the arm was bleeding pretty good. So we went into the first aid area. He cleaned up my arm, bandaged it up nicely. He said, buddy, after watching that, I'm going to give you a bump hat. I said, a bump hat? What's that? He said, it's a baseball hat that has a hard liner in it. He said, I just knew you were going to bounce your head off the pavement out there. So, yes, indeed, gave him a bump hat. Your head is protected. Needless to say, got my unit doctored up, got myself doctored up, thanks to Team Loves for the help. I'm a bit sore, but back on the road, and the unit is motoring along just fine. But he shared some of the photos where he did scratch himself up, took the hide off the arm. All right, hope you're feeling better there, Big Ed. Could have been worse. I guess you didn't ultimately smack your head on the asphalt there. All right, who else we got checking in here? There's Shorty. Happy birthday, Steve. I gave you the heads up about the movie, Sound of Freedom, you recall? So I'm sending you a heads up on the next one to watch for, which is entitled Police State. Go to the website, policestatefilm.net. No, it's not .com, but .net, policestatefilm.net. Is that, I'm thinking, is that the one that Bongino had put together? I can't recall. I think it is. Hello, Pappy. 49 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Time to kick this week off, the best day of the week, right? Says who? Anyway, let it roll. Dial Steve up at 844-844-3388. Hammer down and be safe. Are you with me? Yeah. Oh, yeah, silly me. Happy birthday, Mr. Steve Summers. About 18 minutes late and $1 short, but it's all good. Thank you so much. Hope you had a good weekend. All right, we'll get to industry headlines coming up here. Start with, I guess, the United Auto Workers. UAW's President Shawn Fain on Friday kind of alluded to maybe changing tactics here, saying he's not going to expand the strike immediately, again, on Friday against the Big Three, but now kind of leaves open the possibility that he could do so at any time. Yeah, that goes right back on the heels of the big surprise last Wednesday, I believe it was, when meeting with the Ford executives. Very briefly, they didn't have anything new to present. He said, well, you just lost your Kentucky plant. Now, in his Facebook Live appearance on Friday, he called this a new phase in the union's fight against GM, Ford, Stellantis, as we now enter our 5th week of this strike. Now, he's previously used his Facebook Live presentations announcing strike plans, but the UAW kind of changed tactics, as I mentioned last week, when they called those 8,700 workers at the Kentucky truck plant to walk off the job. We're not sticking to one pattern, he says, or one system of giving these companies an extra hour or an extra day. They know what needs to happen, and they know how to get it done. Meanwhile, there appears to be no deal in sight, as the union and the Big Three still at loggerheads over the new contract. UAW made it clear that these automakers' offers are still far, far short of the union's demands. So that's kind of where things stand. Even though all three of the Big Three have said they've already put record offers on the table, wage increases of more than 20% over 4 years, the return of cost of living, a faster progression to the top-tier wage levels, additional paid holidays. So there are still other sticking points, retirement security, whether there will be union jobs at the electric vehicle battery plants. So that's kind of where things stand there. But at the same time Friday, Stellantis and Ford both did announce Friday there's additional layoffs taking place, the trickle-down effect. So we'll give you more on that coming up here. Rolling into a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is calling for the protection of civilians in Gaza.
Blinken is meeting with Egypt's president on Sunday. Mideast leaders are hoping to prevent a wider conflict. The latest numbers as of Sunday morning indicate that more than 2,400 people have been killed in Gaza and 9,200 injured. In Israel, 1,400 people have been killed and 3,500 wounded.
FBI Director Christopher Wray reported domestic threats have surged as conflicts in Israel escalates. Wray acknowledged the increase in threats due to the heightened environment, calling for increased vigilance and requesting that police continue to share intelligence and observations. Actress Suzanne Summers has died after a long battle with breast cancer. Summers gained instant fame in the mid-'70s as Chrissy Snow on the ABC hit comedy Three's Company. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. And let me see, back to the big three. Where did we leave off there? Friday. As we mentioned, Fain did not expand any additional strike locations, but indeed Chrysler's parent Stellantis and Ford both announcing Friday more layoffs, temporary layoffs, another 1,250 employees due to the impact of the strike. Stellantis said they now have 1,340 employees on temporary layoff in 3 states. And let's see, after announcing the layoff Friday, 700 employees at 2 plants in Indiana. Ford said they are temporarily laying off another 550 employees after the walkout at their Kentucky truck plant and Chicago assembly plant. Ford said starting today, Monday, they'll be laying off about 300 employees at an Ohio transmission plant and about 250 at 4 Michigan plants, along with about a dozen in Chicago. In total, Ford has laid off 2,480 since the strike began. Now, Ford warned that a dozen facilities could be impacted by the strike of the Kentucky truck plant, which, of course, is their largest factory worldwide. Keeping track of the numbers, just over 34,000 UAW workers are now actually on the picket lines at the Big Three. General Motors has about 2,300 workers on temporary layoff there. All right, no big upsets that I'm aware of over the weekend. College football, everybody pretty much took care of business. Now, I think the score was a tad bit tighter for the Tide than they would have liked, as Alabama was able to down Arkansas. 24-21 was the final score there, so close game. Tulane took care of Memphis. Florida State easily handled Syracuse 41-3. Georgia over Vanderbilt. Number 1 Georgia keeps on winning 37-20 there. Ohio State easily handled Purdue 41-7. Number 2 Michigan over Indiana 52-7. Utah down California. Now, this is a matchup. It was a late-night game of Oregon, number 9 Oregon versus Washington. And that was a tight one. But Washington prevailed 36-33, the final score there. 2 top 10 ranked teams battling things out. Penn State over UMass 63-0. UMass could not muster anything. Tennessee taking down Texas A&M. There you go, brain dead. 20-13 was the final. Iowa down in Wisconsin, 15-6. Louisville losing to Pittsburgh. I guess that was kind of an upset. Pittsburgh 38-21. Yeah, of course, Louisville being a ranked team. LSU over Auburn, 48-18. The final there. You had Notre Dame and knocking off USC to a couple of top 20 teams. 48-20 was the final there. Again, Notre Dame on top. Missouri over Kentucky, 38-21. UNC down in Miami of Florida, 41-31. Oregon State over UCLA, 36-24. Then you had Duke over North Carolina State, 24-3. So again, no big upsets in the mix there. College football over the weekend. Got another week of NFL action in the books. Yeah, we'll get to some of that. I think the Cowboys will be playing on Monday Night Football tonight. Of course, meanwhile, a rare celestial event over the weekend, Saturday. Millions were in the path of the annular solar eclipse that created what they call the Ring of Fire over North, Central, and South America. Now, the entire country was supposed to be able to see at least a crescent, a part of the eclipse. It wasn't a totality, but pretty close. The Ring of Fire, which dimmed about 90% of the sun's light. Yeah, we had cloud cover, rain. It was not a day to see anything but clouds overhead in our area. So the Ring of Fire started about 9:13 a.m. There on the West Coast and continued till almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern time, ending off the Atlantic coast of Brazil. But indeed, as it passed over city after city, skies darkening, the moon moving in front of the sun. Actually, you could feel the temperatures kind of dropping. Little crescents visible on the ground and reflecting off car windshields and skyscraper windows. If you were out standing by trees, the spaces between the leaves kind of acted like pinholes, and the light streaming through those gaps appeared as individual crescents. Pretty cool. Now, if you missed out on this year's annular eclipse, the big one is coming up next year. It's not that far down the line. Sky gazers across North America are in for a treat April the 8th of next year, where the total solar eclipse will pass over portions of Mexico, the U.S., and on up into Canada. So if you've got your certified eclipse glasses or your solar filters, hang on to those because you can use them again next April as a safe way to view another titillating event. Only thing is, you have to kind of wonder, will Mother Nature block things out? Like I said, had nothing but cloud cover in our area over the weekend. I hope that's not the case next year. Hoping for a nice sunny day for the totality of that eclipse. All right, 20 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388 on a back-to-work Monday. Hello, Rubber Duck from the home 20. I guess he's going to head back to bed. Not sure where they're going to be going later today as we get the new week started there. All right, 5-7 as we kick off a new week. What's going on? How was your weekend, first of all?
Well, I worked Saturday, so that was good. Sunday went by real quick, but did laundry. So actually, I worked Sunday. I don't work. I don't consider what I do is work anyway. Happy birthday, of course. Sorry. Yeah, whenever you get our age, they say happy birthday, and then they snicker after they say it. It sort of you just seem to avoid. I try not to even get on online on that day. They come and go and let it be. I'm addicted to those reels. My wife would be watching, Lifetime, and they're playing Christmas movies on this show. Chicken Soup for the Soul,
Yeah.
And I'm flipping through these reels, and it looks like to me that they're putting a lot of the children that have been caught up in that earthquake in Afghanistan. And it's a bunch of Arabic writing on there, but they've got the little Palestinian flags on it, like something happened in Palestine. And then when you go to see the comments, there's a lot of people, free Palestine, free
Yeah.
Palestine. So they're using a lot of this damage in these precious children from Afghanistan, the earthquakes, to try to benefit against the Israelis. And so it's the propaganda's out there. You gotta don't let your heart get ahead of your head. Always double check and make sure. But I'm sure this is going to happen. They had 2 streams Israel opened up Saturday for Palestinians to head towards Egypt, and I guess they opened up Sunday Egypt and started letting them across the border. But somebody attacked a column of refugees, and they're trying to say it was Israel, and Israel's saying that don't make any sense at all. And it's clearly that the Hamas is using the civilians as a shield. I don't know if I shared it on your page or not. I've shared so many things, but there's one where the Palestinian father is sending his look like 5-year-old to face with the Palestinian flag, saying, go throw a rock at them, see if they shoot you. And the soldiers are just standing there, and the kids just come up there, and he throws a rock at him, big deal. I had to comment. I said that's what Hamas does, is hiding behind its children, its innocents, to do its dirty deeds. And on your news feed today, they're saying, they want Israel to hold back or whatever. Well, if they do, then all it's going to do is the next time. How many more Israelis are they going to attack?
Right.
I like the statement, and I forget who said it, but when the Palestinians, i.e. Hamas, the elected people and governing body, love their children more than they hate the Jews, then there'll be peace in the land. So, God, there's prayers for that going on. Now a bit of funny fun. On that very channel that we're watching all them Christmas movies, and a lot of Christian movies they put on there. Sitting there watching, all of a sudden there's a hoochie coo, the girls, you call up a number, they're all in their nighties. I mean tidy 90s, if you know what I'm saying. And,
right.
And my jaw's dropping, and my wife's, her jaw's dropping, and of course she ain't got no teeth in, and she looks at me, I said, honey, can I call them?
Wrong.
No, you don't get it. I'm going to, because you can call them girls that do anything you want, let me call them, and I have one jumping up and down on her left foot with their right foot up in the air, rubbing her belly and patting her head, and turning around in a circle, singing Yankee Doodle Dandy. And she just sat there and looked at me. Dirty old man. Hey, what can I say? All right, we're going to be sitting back copping the mail and getting in trouble like I normally do.
That's par for the course. There you go. Thank you very much. 5-7. Yeah, you mentioned misinformation, disinformation. There's a ton of it going on in regards to the Israel situation. Yeah, leave it to the likes of Ilhan Omar and AOC. They're doing the same, spreading misinformation. Omar, who like AOC, of course, part of the left-wing squad, apparently shared a social media post claiming to show child genocide in Palestine, but containing a photo of dead children taken after the 2013 chemical weapons attack in Syria. Yeah, late last week, AOC had posted a tweet saying the level of misinformation in all directions at this moment is especially high, especially on this platform. If you see a claim, a photo, or a video that triggers a strong emotional reaction, take a moment to pause and check the veracity, the confirmation from multiple sources. Well, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee rebuking both Omar and AOC over the weekend, saying, "You mean like this, AOC?" Referring to misinformation. Elon is spreading dangerous misinformation, blaming Israel for killing kids who were actually killed by Assad in Syria 10 years ago. Once again, the squad doesn't let the facts get in the way of their anti-Israel narrative. Via X, users captured screenshots showing Omar's retweet before she ultimately removed it. Yeah, nothing to see here, Ilhan Omar, a member of Congress, retweeting fake pics from Gaza, according to a Ynet reporter. AOC warned people about spreading misinformation and photos that trigger a strong emotional response. Well, cue Congresswoman Elon sharing a 2013 photo of Syrian children claiming they're Palestinian. John Hassan tweeting, AOC complains about misinfo on Twitter and then spreads pro-Hamas propaganda on Twitter. All right. Just because it's on the internet does not mean it's true. You got to really be careful. In the meantime, it is 844-844-3388. Will this debacle in the House of Representatives, who will the next speaker be? I think Pappy actually called it right last week. Recall when he said, I would not really rule anyone out at this point. It looked like Scalise was going to sail through, but no. Then Scalise withdraws. Now, Jordan getting the nomination, but it's not looking very much like he's going to garner 217 votes. So how does this play out? Now, we'll try to break it down for you coming up here on a Back to Work Monday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostромSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let's take a look here as they will come back today, Monday. Early reports slated a potential vote for Jim Jordan, maybe late afternoon, early evening. After a weekend of, making phone calls, trying to drum up the 217 needed votes, it does not appear Jordan's going to reach that threshold either. So we will find out maybe. It's expected that Jordan, of course, he came in second to Scalise. He's going to face a determined group of moderates opposed to his speakership. There's just too many never Jims in our conference. Just like there were too many never Steves. According to one Republican House member over the weekend, after they concluded their evening meeting, failing to get that magic 217 to clinch the nomination, the race will then be open again. Representative Kevin Hern of Oklahoma, chair of the influential and conservative Republican Study Committee, said he will vote for Jordan on the opening ballot, that he himself will probably jump into the race if Jordan fails to get the votes. There are strong signs that Majority Whip Tom Emmer of Minnesota, who's next in line to Scalise in the Republican House hierarchy, may also put his name forward. Emmer was reportedly making phone calls to colleagues late last week trying to line up support. Sources close to former President Trump say that he strongly opposes Emmer, but Trump likes Hern. Emmer also headed the Republican National Congressional Committee in the 22 election cycle, one that gave the Republicans disappointing results, to say the least. A number of members pointed out that Republicans won the House in 22 largely because of the surprise victory in New York State districts that Emmer had not focused on. But where Emmer has a lifelong rating of 77% from the American Conservative Union, Hern is rated 96%. Plus, Hern has closer ties to Trump and the MAGA wing of the party. Republican Conference Chair Elise Stefanik of New York, the lone woman in the House Republican leadership, was actually being mentioned for Speaker as soon as Scalise exited. Sources close to the New Yorker said she's more likely to pursue the majority leadership if Emmer moves up to Speaker. Now, should Republicans be unable to agree on Emmer or Hern for Speaker, we're being told other Republicans, multiple other Republicans, will put their names forward. Whoever they select as the Speaker will almost certainly have to get that magic 217 among his or her fellow Republicans, something neither Scalise nor the now dethroned Kevin McCarthy were able to do. And again, sounding kind of like it's Jim may not be able to reach that number as well. So it's back to work today. Jordan won the nomination on Friday, but he's still short of that 217 needed number. Reuters reported that Representative Catherine Clark of Massachusetts, a Democrat, the number 2 Democrat in the House, said yesterday that the House will vote to choose a new speaker on Tuesday at approximately the noon hour Eastern time. Jordan, over the weekend, said he believed he'll get the needed votes to secure the leadership. We think we're going to get 217. But some of his other colleagues, not so sure. Representative Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida said, I think he's going to have a serious problem getting the numbers. Balart, who voted against Jordan Friday, signaling it's unlikely he'll support him on the floor. You got Representative Mike Rogers of Alabama, John Rutherford, and Carlos Jimenez of Florida also indicated they would not vote for Jordan. Some of his supporters suggested the nominee's opponents may shrink under the spotlight of a public vote. Friday's conference vote was secret ballots.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. GOP presidential hopeful Nikki Haley says her time as U.S. ambassador to the UN taught her about Hamas secret tunnels.
That are massive, that are sophisticated, to hide equipment and ammunition and to do their dirty work and maybe to have those hostages.
Speaking on CNN State of the Union, Haley said she was in some of the tunnels during the 2017 visit to Israel. She said many of them run underneath places such as hospitals and schools and that they're hard to find. Haley acknowledged that Hamas might be keeping Americans and Israeli hostages in some of those tunnels. Breaking news out of the Middle East this hour, USA's Laura Winters has the very latest.
This Sunday, Israeli Defense Forces prepare to move into Gaza City with a massive ground operation to take out Hamas terrorists responsible for the murders, rapes, beheadings, and kidnappings of Jewish people at a festival and at a nearby kibbutz last Saturday. Explosions can be heard in the region from an air assault. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the U.S. stands by Israel, and in a new development, another Navy aircraft carrier, the USS Dwight Eisenhower, has been deployed to the Mediterranean. Secretary of State Antony Blinken meeting with Saudi's Crown Prince today discussing the Hamas hostage situation.
A teacher was killed and 3 people injured in a France school stabbing. The knife attack occurred at a high school in northern France. The suspect, a 20-year-old former student of the school, has been arrested and was reportedly on a watch list of people who pose security risks. France's anti-terrorism prosecutor's office has opened an investigation into the incident. Taylor Swift is demonstrating significant pulling power at the box office. Her concert film Taylor Swift: The Eras Tour raked in nearly $39 million opening night. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A manhunt is underway in Georgia for a murder suspect who shot at deputies in Stone Mountain. DeKalb County officials say deputies were called to the area where someone spotted a fugitive who's wanted for a June murder in that same area. When confronted, the suspect pulled a handgun and opened fire, wounding one of the deputies before retreating into the woods. Consumer sentiment is down sharply on inflation worries. The University of Michigan's early reading for October fell about 7% after 2 months of little change. The survey noted a 15% drop in assessments of personal finances and a 19% plunge in the outlook of business conditions in the year ahead. Nearly all income groups posted a decline in sentiment due to high prices. Here's a troubling statistic for high school students.
ACT scores in the U.S. fell to their lowest levels in more than 30 years. The average ACT composite score was 19.5 out of 36. Last year's score was slightly higher. The reported scores were from the students from the first year of the pandemic. Scores from the college admission test have dropped steadily for the past 6 straight years. I'm Skip Kelly.
Taylor Swift is off to a sizzling start at the box office with her new concert film. Taylor Swift: The Eras Tour brought in nearly $3 million from preview screenings. On Thursday night, it's expected to earn somewhere between $100 and $125 million at the box office through the weekend. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you so much, and welcome back. Cue the camera there, okay? All right, thank you for the heads up there, Rubber Duck. shared on the chat room, which is obviously kind of a breaking story. I'm looking at the update from the Associated Press a little after 11 o'clock Eastern time here, about 2 hours ago. Out of Colorado, Pueblo, Colorado, a train derailment and bridge collapse, spewing coal and mangled train cars across a highway near Pueblo, Colorado. And we're speaking of Interstate 25, which is shut down both directions. All right, let's see. Efforts underway to rescue a truck driver, according to the State Patrol. Although police did not immediately know the driver's condition or if other drivers were involved, the National Transportation Safety Board is on the way to the site. About 114 miles south of Denver, State Patrol and Pueblo County Sheriff's Office posting photos and videos showing a partially collapsed bridge over the interstate with a semi-truck caught beneath. Images also show a pileup of train cars, train wheels scattered across the scene, loads of coal covering portions of the interstate. Not clear when the bridge collapsed. Officials are directing drivers to avoid the area. Coal and train cars being removed from the interstate. So again, that was just updated here in the last couple of hours. I guess that happened this past evening. 25 shut down both directions. All right, Alan checks in here on a Monday. 45 degrees here, Pleasant Lake, Michigan. Little light rain tonight. Guess he's going to get some shut-eyes, and I'll catch the podcast. All right, there you go. Good morning, Roy. He said, I think we got 4 or 5 inches of rain in the past few days in my immediate area here in northwest Illinois. Soggy weekend, right? Hello, Jeffrey from New York City. Ready for another great show. Out on the West Coast, there's Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve, 70 degrees here in Sacramento. The squad never fails to disappoint. My prayers for Israel and their people to eliminate this evil called Hamas and Palestinians which supports and hide these Hamas combatants. Top of the morning, Santa Claus out. All right, thanks for checking in there, Santa Claus. All right, we did mention a big cool-off coming into the south this week. Highs in Houston over the weekend were headed downward from the upper 70s to middle 70s. Overnight lows going to be probably dropping to some of the lowest levels we've seen since back in last April. Yeah, average for this time of year. Average highs range from, morning lows in the 60s, afternoon highs mid-80s. Early this week, you may experience some of the chilliest conditions since March as you're going to dip into the upper 40s, all the way down to Houston. Now, that transition to much cooler conditions occurred over the weekend around the Atlanta area. After a high well into the 70s Saturday, plummeting into the 50s Saturday night. And overnight lows in the 40s will be common here for the first half of this week. And at times, it'll feel like temperatures into the 30s at night with the wind. Should actual temperatures dip into the mid-40s in Atlanta during this chilly outbreak, could reach the lowest level since last April. Now, the change will be most stark across parts of Florida after a record warm air mass is replaced by a record cool air mass, even into southern Florida after 2 consecutive daily record highs, Thursday and Friday at Miami International Airport. Highs Sunday, challenging records last reached in 2009. In the wake of the cool front here, Monday and Tuesday, temperatures may top out only near 80 on Monday and Tuesday, all the way down into Miami. With a breeze and much lower humidity, it may feel like the mid-70s during the day and 60s at night. Monday night, temperatures may dip within a couple degrees of 60. The record low for Tuesday morning would be 59 degrees. Yes, 1977 was the year. Should temperatures dip that low, at least for such an occurrence back in mid-March. Now, for folks headed down to see the mouse, the theme parks around Orlando, you may need a wide range of attire to handle the changing weather conditions after a high in the upper 80s on Saturday there in Orlando. You may not even get no higher than the mid-70s for highs here Monday, and overnight lows for multiple nights will range from 55 to 60 there in Central Florida early this week. If we hear from Philip here in a few hours, I guess he can give us a live report of just how cool things are there in the Sunshine State to start the new week. All right, Scotty is on board. Welcome back.
Yeah. 40s in Houston. Man, I was hoping to go south for the damn winter and find some warm weather. Oh, gone. It's 48 here in Texas this morning right now, so I guess get cooler as I get down there. But I'll take the cool weather compared to what it was down there in Costa Rica and Colombia, though.
You said you were it was like in the 90s and lots of humidity. It was cooking, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. As soon as we got off the boat, you just started melting. Sweat just pouring. I'd never seen humidity that bad, and I lived in Mississippi for 10 years, but, it was, Cabo was nice. It was, like I said, it was hot, I mean, it was, nice when we left Seattle and had some rough waters, and, once we got down past San Diego, the water smoothed out, and then, like I said, temperatures started rising, and, then, like I said, it just stayed sweltering. They had a little bit of a problem with the air conditioning on the boat a couple nights. Went to the steakhouse and just about got up and left. It was so hot in the steakhouse that I wasn't in the mood to sit there for an hour and a half and, go through all that fancy rigmarole, But they opened the door and got a good breeze going through there. But, then the next night after they had all the problems with air conditioning, couldn't find enough blankets. It was they definitely got the air conditioner working. It was pretty chilly in the room that night.
Wow.
But, they, like I said, they had some issues for 2 or 3 days there. Now we had a water leak in our room, and we had a big fan in there to dry the carpet out almost the whole 16 days, which we actually enjoyed that. It was a pretty good sized floor fan, and then, the noise and the air, I just feel like we were in the truck, and you couldn't hear nothing other than that fan. It was actually pretty nice, but the wet carpet was a nuisance. Guest services, they kept trying to offer us a bottle of wine, finally offered us a steak dinner, and we didn't want nothing. We weren't complaining. They offered to move his rooms, but I told them, I said, we're on the balcony on the back of the boat. We wanted that cabin because of the Panama Canal.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not moving. And I told them, I said, if you got another balcony cabin on the back, that's fine. I said, we got a suite with a balcony. I said, no, we don't. We want a balcony cabin on the back. So we stayed in the room. And they did finally get it fixed. But they said that because the ship was up there in Alaska, they wasn't running the air conditioning, and when they got down there, then they turned the air on, and it had some of the drain pipes, tubes, whatever, had been clogged up.
Ah, okay.
And that was what was causing the problems. But it was a really good cruise. Me and Jay both got sick the last couple of days. With the carnival crud.
Oh boy.
Sinus infection.
Yeah.
It wasn't COVID. It was just the sinus infections. But
so 16 days, right? 16 days that's a lot of time to spend on the boat. Was it too much or?
Yeah, for the Spirit-sized ship, it was almost too much. Because you're really limited. I mean, we've been on the Miracle 3 times. I think you've been on the Miracle 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
But there's just really nothing, extra special about those ships. I mean, you got the theater, you got the comedy club, you got the piano bar, which is where, Jay spent most of his time. You got the casino, of course, and that's too many days for the casino, I'll tell you that. But,
yeah. So how'd things go there? Were things tight like they normally are? Cruise ships are notorious for having tight machines.
I hit 2 jackpots the first couple nights, and I played on their money for most of the week. And then the last couple of days I didn't even go down there. I mean, I just, like I said, small ship. It was pretty crowded. It seemed like the slot machines were pretty loose the first couple days, and then it seemed like they tightened up, and then we saw a couple of good jackpots hit the last couple of days.
Yeah.
But I mean, I sit at the card table with Jay a couple of times. That's mainly what he done was the card table, and that's where I should have just stayed away from the card table. I didn't do well at all. But now, all in all, like I said, I had pretty good luck in there. I mean, they gave me an offer to come back, so I guess they want some more money from me.
Always, absolutely. So, what about the actual Panama Canal? What'd you think? Did it kind of live up to your expectations? Was it pretty cool?
Panama Canal was worth the price of admission. It really was. I enjoyed it. We had to make an emergency stop in Panama City for evacuation, and then that was about 1:30 in the morning, and then so we sat in the harbor before you go under the bridge till about 8 o'clock, and you enter the canals. There's two sets of locks right there when you first go in. So we entered there about 8 o'clock, and it's a pretty slow move. But like I said, on the back of the boat, we had front row seats for the main operations where the trains pull you through and everything. And then we got through those. You're going 51 feet up into the lake. So like I said, it's a series of locks. I don't know if you saw the pictures and stuff. It's hard to take pictures and show exactly what it is, but then you got 41 miles through the lake or the river and through the jungle and everything, which was actually, loved it. Sit on the balcony the whole day, and then you go through another set of locks, and then you're into the Caribbean, and you cross back under the Bridge of Americas, and it. Like I said, we started at 8 o'clock in the morning. We finished at 6 o'clock in the evening, so it was 10 hours to go through there. Just like I said, that was worth the whole trip. And if anybody ever wants to do a Panama Canal, the full transit, like I said, it was worth the price of admission. The stops were not, really. I mean, for them repositioning the cruise, Cabo San Lucas was nice. Costa Rica, there are no white sandy beaches and everything. All the excursions were an hour and a half, 2 hour bus ride away, and we just got off the boat and went into the little shopping area and drank a few beers.
Now,
got a T-shirt.
Did you have a stop in? Was that Cartagena, Colombia? Was that one of your stops?
Colombia.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now that's kind of weird. I mean, that's where all the drugs come out of, ain't it?
Yeah. That we believe that. I mean, the cruise ships stopped there, and of course they, cleaned that area up and everything. I mean, all the tall white buildings and everything that I took pictures of. They call that Little Miami down there. But all we done was we got off the boat, walked down the pier, and there's like a little animal sanctuary down there. But everybody that said they took excursions there, they said that, the vendors and the locals and everything were just all over them as soon as they got off the bus or whatever and wanted to buy everything. And, I mean, that's something fairly new for the cruise lines, but we think mainly that was just that's a fuel stop because they took on fuel. But, I didn't see anything there on the excursions that I would have bought. Like I said, we stayed off the boat a couple hours and then got back on. But, I guess they're working on getting. There's a lot of history in Columbia, and Cartagena, that they can do excursions, but this is all fairly new. So, and it's not as far south as what Aruba is. I mean, the cruise ships could stop in there, but I'm sure they're going to have to take and do a lot more work to get that to be a major attraction.
Right.
But, once we actually went to the Panama Canal, and then we done that the next day, and then it was on to New Orleans, and we hit a pretty good disturbance there, right there between Cuba and the Yucatan. We had like 45-mile-an-hour winds, and I couldn't tell you if the boat was rocking or if it was the lady in the piano bar that was putting 5 shots of vodka in my drinks, and I'm not sure exactly which one it was, but I have a funny feeling it was the vodka. But they. I said it was a good trip. It really was. A little long, but I think it was just a little long because you really didn't have the really good stops. I mean, Cabo San Lucas was awesome. For the beautiful water and everything. Like I said, we didn't book any excursions though. But and then of course we got into New Orleans. And you run up. You've been there.
Mm-hmm.
What does it take? 6 or 8 hours to run up the channel there. And of course it was dark. We didn't see anything there. But I booked my airfare, my flight for 5:30 at night, and we was off the boat by 10:30. And there is nothing to do in that airport. And of course, not feeling good. That wasn't.
Right.
Any better, but I was definitely glad to get home. They talked about it. We enjoyed what they call the journey cruises, but I think it'd be more fun on a boat that had a little more to offer.
Right.
And plus, the crowd was quite a bit older than us. So it was like the comedian said that one night he was up walking around on the Lido deck, and he walked back to the Serenity deck, and he realized when he walked on the Serenity deck, the whole boat was a Serenity deck.
So.
But, like I said, there just wasn't a whole lot to offer on that boat. I mean, and the food has gone downhill so much since we started cruising back in when you done your first one in 2005.
Yeah.
The food is nothing what it was, but of course I don't necessarily go for the food anymore, and I don't eat in the dining room. I did go down a couple mornings for breakfast, which I think you've gone to breakfast before in the dining room.
Mm-hmm.
And I do enjoy that. It beats what they have on the buffet in the morning.
Right.
But I'll be interested to see, the bigger ship in May when I go, when it's got a lot more to offer for entertainment wise and food. But, I just, like I said, it definitely it was worth the money, but definitely kind of long.
Well, like you say, it's kind of like it's probably like a once in a lifetime experience for the Panama.
Right. And like I said, anybody that ever wants to go, I would say definitely do it. Don't know if you want to do it, in the 16 days like I did it, or they offer the partial transits. When they're like I think out of Tampa, and then the Legend's going to be out of Galveston. They're going to do the partial transits. And I guess they just go through the one set of locks and then turn around and come back out. But, which I mean, I don't know if you'd get the full effect of what we did. Like I said, just the 10 hours, and you're going through the jungle. The vegetation, the trees, and everything is really, really neat to see. And like I said, the pictures just don't capture the beauty that was there. But
good deal.
Said all in all, it's definitely not the Caribbean. I think I'm going to stick to the Caribbean. I do want to do a Hawaii cruise one of these days, and I think with having more exotic stops or something, doing, maybe Australia or, the South Pacific or something, that'd be a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't see, they offer 12-day Caribbean cruises. I don't even know if I could handle that. But now, did you let everybody know they need to get a hold of that travel agent about the hotel now? Because they can book the hotel a year out.
I know, right?
A year out now.
And we did get the email last week. I think everyone that's booked got the email from Stephanie there. So
okay.
She's got I got 20 rooms up front, but she can get more as we book them up. So
okay. I didn't.
And I believe in the email she explained that you're giving them a credit card number, but that's just to hold the cabin. They're not taking that out, that you will pay.
Right.
They'll take it off your card when you check in there. So you just give them a credit card to hold the cabin or the room at the embassy.
Right. So everybody's got to call the hotel to take and make their own reservation, right?
You call, she does not. She doesn't handle the reservations. She gave the link there to call the actual embassy suites, and they're handling all the money.
Okay.
She's not handling anything.
Right. Okay.
So
I wasn't sure if you'd mentioned that, like I said, because I don't know when Hilton Properties changed that, but like I said, you can't book but a year out now. So
yep.
But anyway, like I said, just less than a year. It'll be a lot of fun.
It'll be here before you know it.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Well, happy birthday, and I'll let you go, and y'all have a good evening.
All right, thanks for checking in. I appreciate the full report. 16 days, that's a lot of time on a ship, right? But with that, we'll get our news break here. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. One House Republican admits the current status of not having a speaker is not good, but he isn't calling it a crisis.
We've allowed a different process of democracy to take hold within our own conference, which is that majority doesn't rule.
Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Texas Congressman Dan Crenshaw noted that Kevin McCarthy was ousted as Speaker of the House, even though only a handful of Republicans voted for his removal. Democrats' two-term hold on the governorship of Louisiana will come to an end next year after Republican State Attorney General Jeff Landry won the seat Saturday by capturing a majority in an all-party primary. Massachusetts investigators are searching for 3 Rhode Island men in connection with the death of a New England Patriots fan. Police say Dale Mooney died after a fight at Gillette Stadium during the Week 2 game against the Miami Dolphins. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, where we leave off there? Back at it here. On the track, Las Vegas, Kyle Larson earned his trophy the old-fashioned way. The number 5 Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet led the most laps, swept both stage wins, but still had to hold off a hard-charging, equally motivated Christopher Bell at the start-finish line to claim a dramatic victory in Sunday's South Point 400. It's the playoff round of 8 opener there at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. He blocked the final charge by fellow playoff driver Bell's number 20, Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota, as the two approached the checkered flag. Larson ultimately got his Chevy in front to claim a .082 second win. And he locks himself as the first of 4 available positions for the Cup Series Championship 4 race that will be at Phoenix 3 weeks from now, closing out the regular season. Wow. All right, Larson led 7 times, accumulated the most laps led, 133 out of 267. To top the 1,000 laps led mark this season. His 1,031 total laps out front this year are the most in the Cup Series. So congratulations, Kyle Larson. All right, there you go. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Marianne checks in here on a Monday. Hello, Marianne.
Oh, Steve. Happy birthday, Steve.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Steve. Anytime. I found out that my old phone, they think that it was hacked. And so I had to get a new phone because I said, well, I got to communicate with you, you know, like my sisters and stuff. I said, I can't. I said, I don't want to get no damn track phone. I used to have a track phone. I spent too much money on the damn cards.
Yeah.
Those things cost you. And I was like, well, okay, we'll get the new phone. I was like, all right. He didn't have all my contacts in there. I was like, okay. That was real fun. That wasn't really.
Yeah, when my wife
people back.
My wife got a new phone here a few weeks ago, and they were real good. They helped her. I think we were at the Verizon store. They helped her transfer all of her contacts over, and they made it pretty simple for her.
Yeah, mine. I gotta have him take my card thing out and get me my pictures back because that took out my pictures, and I gotta have him do that. I gotta get that put on a disc or something, or go to Walgreens and have them
transfer.
Because you can either have it transferred. You can put them on a flash drive, or you can have them put on a disc for you. And I said I'd rather put that on a disc. Her sister's got to get a new phone because hers is just hers has a trouble charging up once in a while, and so she's been playing the taxi cab. Slightly been playing the taxi cab. Because my niece's Honda went down, and so she let her use her truck. Well, actually, it was my dad's truck. It's not my older sister's truck, and I don't know what's wrong with it. I don't know what's totally wrong with it. I have no idea. And my sister's like, I want to trade that thing off. I was like, well, I don't think she can win for losing because she would have to let my niece drive it. So, you know, just I call and let you guys know I'm around. I tried to find your show on Rumble, and I don't know why on Rumble I can't. They won't send me the thing to tell me how to reset my password. It won't do that. And I found your show, but it said it was October 14th. I'm going, you didn't have a show on a Saturday. Are you guys nuts or something?
Right?
Yeah, I was like, what the heck? I said, what is October 14th? He doesn't have a show on October 14th. They're like, come on now. He doesn't have a show then. I'm like, what the heck am I supposed to do? When I looked it up, and I can't even get, I don't know how anybody does it. I can't get that.
I mean, I'm looking right now on, apparently like on the Facebook feed, you're correct. It says the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, October 14th. That is the live show, though. It's for whatever reason, it's got the wrong date.
Oh, okay.
That is the live show.
Yeah, it's got the wrong date.
Yep.
Okay. That's, all right. They screwed up. I don't know. They screwed up, I guess, and so I got to go give blood tomorrow, and I don't want to do that either. I hate giving blood. Last time they took 3 tubes from me.
Yep. Well,
I don't like going to the hospital either, because then they think that they got to take blood from you again, and you're like, what do you want that for? And then they're gonna tell me I gotta get up and walk, and it's like, why don't you let me get awake first, and then let me get myself straightened out first, and then I'll get up and walk. And I'm like, I ain't gonna make no racetrack out of that. Now, especially what they're gonna do, they're gonna put a little metal thing in my back, and they're gonna screw it, and they're gonna take out some, there's like a disc thing, and they're gonna put that in there, and then they're gonna screw that.
So you're going to get kind of like, a bit of a fusion or something. That's, back surgery is not a lot of fun. But all right, well, Marianne, good to have you with us. I'm glad you kind of feel like you're back in the real world when you can't communicate with people. Just don't feel right. Let's see. Meanwhile, somehow or another, I'm looking at the screen over here, says the Steve Summers Overnight Drive replay of past shows. It's showing October the 14th, but that is the live edition. Yeah, here on a Monday morning. Meanwhile, Friday was the so-called Day of Rage. We were all kind of concerned about potential, lone wolf terrorists striking out against the Jewish community. Law enforcement in some of the big cities was on heightened alert. There was a very, very large protest, pro-Palestinian protest that took place there in New York City. I think overall things stayed pretty much under control. I think as the evening progressed, wife told me things started to kind of get out of control there. Other areas around the world did see some attacks and a couple of deaths that occurred on the Day of Rage, but Florida Congressman Brian Mast wore his Israeli Defense Forces uniform to the Capitol on Friday for the Day of Rage, and he was not shy about explaining why. As the only member to serve with both the United States Army and the Israel Defense Forces, I will always stand with Israel, he says. Tlaib's got her flag. I got my uniform. Global Day of Rage my ass, he said. Video showing Mast sharing a similar sentiment with reporters at the Capitol Friday. Of course, he's referencing Representative Rashid Tlaib from Michigan, who is of Palestinian descent, supporting the Palestinian cause, recently coming under fire displaying the Palestinian flag outside her office there in D.C., where Mast was willing to speak to reporters about his support for Israel. Tlaib's been running from that sort of accountability. Mast expanded on his views about Israel in a statement on his House webpage, which was not dated, but it appears to have been published on Friday. His statement says, I enlisted in the United States Army, nearly gave my life for our country, because I believe deeply in the values on which the United States was founded. Following my service, I chose to volunteer alongside the Israeli Defense Forces because our countries share these common ideals of freedom, democracy, and mutual respect for all people. During my time in Israel, I served alongside soldiers driven by love for their fellow man rather than by hatred for their enemies. I had the honor of getting to know some of the most creative and caring people I've ever met, who adapted to the worst of situations and have even been forced to overcome challenges by many couldn't even imagine. Every family that I encountered during my time in Israel shared a desire for their children to grow and be educated safely without the looming threat of war. I learned at the Shabbat tables of my host just how much each family truly desires peace between every neighbor of Israel, regardless of religion or history. We cannot let Israel face its enemies alone. While the Obama administration devalued America's standing in the Middle East and held our Israeli friends at arm's length, I worked to strengthen the relationship between our two countries, as both a private citizen, as a soldier, because the national security of the United States is directly tied to the strength of Israel. In Congress, I am dedicated to advancing policies to embrace the Israeli people as our friends, with my pro-Israel colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I'm committed to expanding our security assistance to Israel. We will hold Iran accountable for promoting violence against Israel by rolling back the dangerous mistakes of the Iran nuclear agreement and reinstituting critical sanctions that deter war. I will do all I can to put an end to the dangerous boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. So there you go. Here's the bottom line. We cannot allow the defense of our ally Israel to be an issue of right versus left. For me, and for all freedom-loving Americans, standing with Israel for democracy and human rights will always be an issue of right versus wrong, not right versus left. All right, we'll get a quick time out here and plenty of room for you on a Monday, greatest day of the week. I know Captain Ron is out and about. Where did he went up to Michigan over the weekend? I guess he was happy with the outcome of that game. Yeah, big win for Michigan. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I do believe it was Brain Dead. It said, Smokey and the Bandit are alive. The story is in Florida. Investigation underway after burglars used tractor trailers to steal more than $1.6 million worth of alcohol from a distribution company that carries brands the likes of Jose Cuervo and Malibu. The theft occurred in the early morning of July the 8th at Republic National Distribution Company, south of Tampa, Florida, according to the newly unsealed search warrant. Between the hours of 4:10 a.m. and 9:45 a.m., thieves removed 4,277 cases of liquor from the company that also distributes alcohol from Franzia Wines and Sutter Home Winery. Authorities believe there's a probable cause that the phone, according to the search warrant, which was issued from an Apple iPhone 14 Pro Max, They believe there's probably calls the phone contains specific information, technical data, and evidence showing that a burglary and grand theft took place. The thieves, referred to in the document as unknown suspects, also removed digital video recorders used by the alcohol distributor for surveillance purposes. RNDC is one of the nation's largest wine and spirits distributors, located in Gibsonton, Florida. 14,000 employees in 38 states and D.C. While we are unable to comment at this time because this is an active law enforcement investigation, we have confidence that law enforcement's handling this matter seriously and taking all the necessary steps to find the perpetrators. All right, there you go. That's pretty. $1.6 million worth of alcohol. The big heist, right? What do you say, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, eastbound and down, rolling up and trucking. We're going to do what they say can't be done. Hell, I'm actually rolling westbound myself today doing that Viva Las Vegas, sir. I ain't going to sing no Elvis. I don't even sound like Elvis there. So, well, I sent you a birthday check yesterday morning. I'm looking for an appropriate response there, right?
You sent me a check?
How about thank you?
You sent me a check?
How about thank you? Yeah, your birthday check.
Oh, text,
hope you happy birthday, Mr. Steve Summers.
Yes.
Have a great, blessed day.
Yes, thank you very much, Knucklebuster. I got a bunch of texts. I got a bunch of Facebook posts. Yeah, Knucklebuster.
Yeah, that's all right.
Have an awesome,
well,
blessed
since it's your
day.
birthday, we'll overlook it there, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. Do you see that ring of fire?
No, I didn't see nothing but clouds and rain.
Yeah, I saw clouds there. My son-in-law, he got a real good picture of it there. He was looking through his welding helmet there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, enough of all that baloney. Let's talk a little bit of football since we had some over the weekend.
And all right, all right. You were breaking it. He said, "Let's talk about some football over the weekend." All right, go ahead.
A Memphis player got ejected for a low blow on another football player there that they were playing. His own coach called it a baloney there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Kent State. Their surprise onside kick to start the game backfires in the worst way possible, Steve. Well, it didn't work out as Eastern Michigan's Kendrick Nolan was able to recover it, and he gained possession of the ball standing up with the room to run. He took it to the house.
Oh, boy.
The best laid plans of mice and men sometimes go astray, right? Well, any given Sunday, and you know that got me in a lot of trouble one time there. I want to congratulate the Browns for their beating the 49ers. Well, there are no undefeated NFL teams now, Steve. None whatsoever. I want to congratulate Oklahoma State for beating number 23 Kansas 39-32. Well, any given day, Pittsburgh beat number 14 Louisville 38-21. Let's see, and then we got Arizona over number 19 Washington 44-6. I mean, come on, you didn't even show up for that game, Washington State. So then we got number 21 Notre Dame took out number 10 USC State.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then we got an SEC championship here going. Missouri over number 24 Kentucky. They beat them 38-21, Steve. That's pretty bad, buddy. Pretty bad. Well, that F-35 that crashed in South Carolina, they finally got it cleaned up. I mean, it took them long enough there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm just wondering why Clemson students were protesting removal of a tampon machine in the men's restroom at the campus library. It was men protesting it.
I saw that.
Yeah. You reckon Mucky Gouger's real proud of his school over there? I don't answer that. That might get you in trouble there. I don't want you getting in trouble there.
Thank you.
And this is real baloney here. You know, Dylan Mulvaney is the Babylon Bees Man of the Year. Well, I don't know whether I wouldn't think he would be a man, but that's what they said. And then Israel cuts off Gaza from all updates on Taylor Swift and Travis, how you pronounce his last name?
Kelsey.
Kelsey. Okay. Well, that's a good thing. Are you crazy enough to buy this $5,300 shift knob? That's what it'd cost you if you want.
That's a mighty expensive shift knob. Now, I'd settle for the $9.99 version, but hey, we got to pause there. News break, top of the hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. One House Republican admits the current status of not having a speaker is not good, but he isn't calling it a crisis.
We've allowed a different process of democracy to take hold within our own conference, which is that majority doesn't rule.
Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Texas Congressman Dan Crenshaw noted that Kevin McCarthy was ousted as Speaker of the House even though only a handful of Republicans voted for his removal. Crenshaw said he supports Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan as Speaker, but he slammed efforts by some of Jordan's allies to turn Republicans against those who don't plan to vote for him. Democrats' two-term hold on the governorship of Louisiana will come to an end next year after Republican State Attorney General Jeff Landry won the seat Saturday by capturing a majority in an all-party primary. Landry had more than 51% of the vote when the Associated Press called the race after 11 p.m. Eastern Time, running far ahead on a ballot that featured 16 candidates, including Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. The victory preceded two more red state governor elections this fall. Democratic Governor Andy Beshear of Kentucky is seeking a second term on November 7th, while Republican Governor Tate Reeves is doing the same in Mississippi. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is calling for the protection of civilians in Gaza.
Blinken is meeting with Egypt's president on Sunday. Mideast leaders are hoping to prevent a wider conflict. The latest numbers as of Sunday morning indicate that more than 2,400 people have been killed in Gaza and 9,200 injured. In Israel, 1,400 people have been killed and 3,500 wounded. I'm Skip Kelly.
Massachusetts investigators are searching for 3 Rhode Island men in connection with the death of a New England Patriots fan. Police say Dale Mooney died after a fight at Gillette Stadium during the Week 2 game against the Miami Dolphins. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Protesters were arrested outside Senator Chuck Schumer's home in Brooklyn. It happened Friday night as Senator Schumer was getting ready to head to Israel with a delegation. Demonstrators, mainly Jewish New Yorkers, stood outside Schumer's home in Brooklyn demanding he call for a ceasefire. Over 50 protesters were arrested, including those holding a banner that read, "Jews say stop the genocide of Palestinians," while blocking Schumer's street. Nobel Prize winner, poet Louise Glück has died. In a statement Friday, Glück's editor called her poetry immortal and said Glück's work gives voice to our need for knowledge and connection in an often unreliable world. Glück won the Pulitzer Prize in 1993 and was awarded the National Humanities Medal in 2016. In the week since the deadly Hamas attack on Israel, pro-Palestinian rallies have taken place in several cities across the U.S. Anti-Semitic activist organizations are supporting the attack, calling Israeli occupiers. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin of Virginia says it's important for the Jewish people to know they're supported.
There is a real sense of fear in the Jewish community, and we need to recognize that anti-Semitism is real, and we have families that are afraid to go to the grocery store. They're afraid for their children in schools in the United States, in Virginia. And so we are standing strong to combat anti-Semitism and to tell the Jewish people that we are standing with them at this horrific time.
I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
you so much, and welcome back as we make our way time zone to time zone into a Monday. And what are we looking at? 16th day of October. Yes, another year older. And I'm feeling it. Still working on the back thing. I think I'm going to bite the bullet and maybe see the chiropractor today. See if he might can work something out. It's been a whole week plus now and can't get out of bed. A funny story. A guy had a fancy for the girl and been wanting to take her on a date for some time. Offered to take her out for a few drinks. I don't know if you go to a restaurant to have a few drinks. They ended up at the Fontaine's Oyster House in Atlanta. Once we were seated in the restaurant, she decided she's going all out, and I do mean all out. Ordering 4 dozen oysters. Now, she admitted in her video that her unnamed companion had been a little surprised after seeing the 4th plate arrive, but she was undeterred. She said, y'all, when the 4th plate came out, he was looking at me like I'm crazy. Well, I didn't give a blank. I'm like, baby, you invited me out, I'm going to eat. And she wasn't lying because she didn't stop at the oysters. She also tucked into crab cakes and potatoes, all washed down with lemon drop martinis. It seems as though while she had a grand time rating the food 10 out of 10, her date was a bit less impressed. And at some point after the bill hit the table, he excused himself to use the toilet and didn't come back. She's on the hook for $184 plus a tip. Yeah, she then texted the guy to let him know she wasn't happy with what he did. Running out on a tab is crazy. In his response, he kind of doubled down. He said that you ordered all that food, and I offered to take you out for drinks, and you ordered all that food. I'll cash app you the total for the drinks. It's okay. But yeah, chick, 4 dozen, nearly 50 oysters? Are you kidding me? Welcome back, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for bringing me back, Mr. Steve Summers. I appreciate all that. $5,300 for a Mugen shift knob, gear shift knob. Well, the question they ask is anyone crazy enough to buy it? And not this boy. I ain't got that much money to be wasted on no gear shift knob. But,
right.
Well, this is off of TikTok. So, and it's, I guess he's talking about Baptists there, because, the Catholics and all you other guys, y'all just sprinkle water on your head there. But he said apparently putting Alka-Seltzer in his mouth while getting baptized and pretending to be possessed by the devil was not funny to most people. I bet there was a bunch of people running in that church.
Wow.
And I saw another one there. She said she went to Chick-fil-A and her total came out to $6.66. So the cashier charged it to changed it to $5.66 and gave her the drink for free. She said the devil worked hard, but Chick-fil-A worked harder. So there you go.
There you go.
Now I got some real stuff I want you to look up. I saw this article on the Daily Mail over there out of the United Kingdom there. 55 Chinese sailors are feared dead after a nuclear submarine gets caught in a trap intended to snare British and U.S.
Correct.
Now, I don't know. Some of them said that it was a bunch of baloney, but I don't know there. So maybe we can find out something about that there. And This is the last thing I got for you for right now. My daughter sent this to me today. It was a picture. It was the scariest pumpkins ever. One of them had the face of a temperature light. The other one had the face of your car battery light. And then the third one had the face of your check engine light. And then the fourth one was the face of an oil light. And that would definitely be scary, Steve. Every one of them going off at one time. So, that's all of my old bull on it for right now there. We'll just keep easing on out here to Vegas there and see if we can't get it done.
All right. Remember, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, so I'm told. That's what I've always heard. Right. All right, Canadian auto workers, talking about the UAW, the Big Three. The Canadian auto workers voted to ratify their 3-year contract agreement with GM. Members of Unifor, the union represented about 4,300 Canadian workers at 3 Ontario GM facilities, voted 80.5% in favor of the deal, according to the statement on Sunday. The vote followed the pattern of an agreement reached earlier with Ford, and it now only leaves Stellantis without a contract. Talks have yet to start with Stellantis, which has the largest Canadian manufacturing footprint of Detroit's Big Three. The GM agreement, after a brief strike last week by the workers at factories in Oshawa, St. Catharines, Ontario, and parts warehouse in Woodstock, Ontario. GM says in a statement that the deal recognizes the worker contributions while positioning the company to be competitive in the future. They break down some of what they had included in the deal, but Unifor is Canada's largest in the private sector union, 315,000 workers in a number of industries. As, of course, in the U.S., the strike continues against the Big Three. About 34,000 workers on the picket lines now here on the U.S. side. Meanwhile, we're back to Pappy on a Monday. What's going on?
What's happening, Steve? Well, happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
I lost you for a second. Oh. Man, hey, something weird happened today. As we talked on Friday, right, I was telling you about my weekend. So, the daughter from L.A. flew in. So, yesterday they were like, hey, Dad, you got to come over to Melissa's on Sundays. The granddaughter's going to carve some pumpkins, and Amanda's going back home on early Tuesday morning, which I got to work Monday and Tuesday. So they were like, come on by. I'm like, all right. So swung by there, and I thought we were just like going to carve pumpkins and stuff, which we did. But then they were like, everybody's got to come in here. And I walk in the kitchen, and they're standing there. And I guess what happened was the daughter was telling little Ellie that I got a birthday coming up in a couple weeks. So she was like, oh, we gotta bake Grandpa a cake, which they did, and she decorated the whole thing. So they ended up singing happy birthday to me today on your birthday. So for the first time in my life, we share the same birthday, and it'll never happen again. Man, Steve, I haven't got on Facebook, nothing this weekend. I spaced out your daggone birthday, forgot all about it. But anyway, I think Georgia Peach had one too, didn't she?
She did. I think hers was Saturday.
Was it Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw Princess made a post. As soon as I got on the show and realized, oh man, crap, that's right. His birthday was technically yesterday. Still not today. I got on Facebook and saw Georgia Peaches, but Hey, man, I also told you, man, they watch this propaganda. Remember that little conversation?
Correct.
Watch the propaganda from everyone, especially the mainstream media that we've been calling fake news for the last 6-7 years. Man, I'll remind you of something, Steve. I totally forgot all about this until somebody showed the video. It might ring some bells with some of your listeners, but the first Gulf War with Kuwait. Remember that video they put out? They were talking to this young lady who claimed she was a nurse in one of the Kuwait hospitals. And she was making the claims that when the Iraqi soldiers came into Kuwait, they were taking babies out of incubators and laying them on the cold floor to die. And I was like, I remember that. And everybody was like up in arms.
Mm-hmm.
And it turned out it was totally false, man. So just, on both sides, be careful, man, what we fall for here. I mean, there's no doubt what happened, what Hamas did. Killing innocent women and children. But, when I heard the news media putting it out that they beheaded these infants, I'm like, listen, I'm not saying it didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
And this might sound crazy to say, but, dude, I want to see the bodies before I believe some of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It really might sound crazy to say that. Now, I don't know if any of the journalists did. I was watching one with, it's on Fox, and where they went into this one town and pretty much just massacred everybody in there. And she was saying, and the soldiers are telling us, there's beheaded babies in there. And they took them through, but the bodies were already removed. So, I'm propaganda on both sides, Steve. That's all I'm saying.
Correct.
We can't, listen, man, I watched, some stuff today. We got to talk about this fossil fuel deal here, Steve. Unfortunately, I know we talked about it till we're blue in the face. But apparently Qatar just signed like a 27 year deal with China and France to export or import some oil. I think it was exporting oil is what I'm getting at here. Here's the deal, Steve. It's Qatar, man. They are like the leadership, I guess, if you will, to Hamas.
They support Hamas. They apparently, like Iran, I guess they also offer financial assistance. And somehow that $6 billion swap for the prisoners is in the banks in Qatar. And I get U.S. is trying to freeze it now, but Qatar says that they're not going to freeze that $6 billion.
Yeah. Big supporter of this. Is it Muslim Brotherhood or Brotherhood of Muslims? These are all one and the same, They are all death to America crowd. And unfortunately, I was telling the daughters today, when these people wake up in the morning, before they say anything, good morning, dear, what's for breakfast? Before they say anything, I'd say, hey, it's death to America. Yes, dear, good morning, death to America. And they mean it. So anyway, Steve, it's putting finances, into them. In the meanwhile, what does the United States do, Steve? The Biden administration made a conscious decision to, stop the oil flow here in the United States, stop the fossil fuel supply. And these are the government words, Steve, not mine. Just listen to them. I mean, we've heard them over the years. We're 2.5 million barrels short of where we should be. With Biden draining the oil reserves and everything. Man, I don't know, Steve. I'm telling you. And the lack of willingness to even produce any more oil. 91%, this guy was saying that 91% of the energy in this world is used by fossil fuel.
Mm-hmm.
Say that again. 91% of all the world's energy is fossil fuels. Either gas, right? Natural gas is a big one. And we're cutting off all our production. Just makes no sense. Well, it makes sense to me. We know why they're doing it. So I don't know if you heard this. China just made another deal with Russia. They are going to have another pipeline that's going to transport natural gas pipeline from Siberia, from Russia into China. And it's always been a China's problem is getting natural gas.
Mm-hmm.
They used to get it from us a lot, but now, Steve, they are set for the next 100 years with this gas line. And this guy was saying, it was Dave Walsh. Remember me talking about him several months ago, maybe 9 months ago? He was saying, listen, fossil fuels are going to be the main energy source for this planet for the next 100 years. It's not going to be solar and wind. Don't get fooled by the Biden administration. Did you see that interview with Biden when they asked him what's the existential threat to the United States or the world? And he was claiming it's climate change.
Right. Yep.
The number one threat is climate change. He even got Department of Defense involved in this. We talked about that Intel failure, if it really was one. Steve, was it maybe because the FBI, the CIA, Department of Defense is taking all their attention off the Islamic terrorists?
We're looking for January 6th insurrectionists.
Yes, sir, or school moms or MAGA supporters. Turned all their attention and resources away. That's what we're dealing with. Whew, unbelievable. Hey, I don't know if this is true. I heard Zelensky was going to make an appearance in Israel. Did that happen? Do you know?
Nah, I hadn't seen anything on that.
I thought I seen an article or something where they say Zelensky was talking about making a trip to Israel. See, there's only one reason for that. He can't have the attention taken off of him. He can't have any billions of dollars going to Israel now and taken away from Ukraine. He can't have that. we all need to come to our senses and realize, listen, I stand with Israel. These demons that go around and commit murder in the name of jihad or whatever they want to call it. But Steve, our country is in dire straits here. Somebody says, who do you support, Palestine or Israel? I support the United States, my man. That's who I support. We need to close these borders and get back to business. We were talking today. I was talking with my brother-in-law, and how many, I think Christianity still has, by population, world population, is still the number one religion on the planet. I thought it was Muslims. And he brought up the numbers. What the heck did he say? 3 billion Muslims? How many of them are extremists? We talked about this at 9/11. How many are the extremist Muslims? Right? That wake up in the morning saying death to America and death to Israel. How many of these? Kill the infidels.
Right. Well, I mean,
the extremists that if you do not follow Sharia law, there's only one way to deal with these people that don't believe, and that's death. So I don't know the amount of extremists, but again, if you just take a small percentage, you're in the millions.
I mean, even 1% of 3 billion. I mean, just 1%. I mean, but it's going to be more than that.
Did you see where they were talking about? Now, here we go, Steve. Pay attention here. They wanted to ban any post on Twitter denouncing Israel, in other words, Palestine.
Right. Hey, we got to pause there.
USA News Update. One House Republican admits the current status of not having a speaker is not good, but he isn't calling it a crisis.
We've allowed a different process of democracy to take hold within our own conference, which is that majority doesn't rule.
Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Texas Congressman Dan Crenshaw noted that Kevin McCarthy was ousted as Speaker of the House, even though only a handful of Republicans voted for his removal. Democrats' two-term hold on the governorship of Louisiana will come to an end next year after Republican State Attorney General Jeff Landry won the seat Saturday by capturing a majority in an all-party primary. Massachusetts investigators are searching for 3 Rhode Island men in connection with the death of a New England Patriots fan. Police say Dale Mooney died after a fight at Gillette Stadium during the Week 2 game against the Miami Dolphins. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800.
Transmission.
Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right. Meanwhile, who's crossing our southern border? Just like you were talking about, how many radicalized are out there? It only takes a small number. Knucklebuster forwarded, I guess, they actually encountered another Iranian crossing our southern border early yesterday morning, around about 24 hours ago. Customs and Border Protection say 4 Iranians have been apprehended in Texas since the beginning of the month. They are considered special interest aliens. Border Protection tells Fox News one Iranian man in his 40s was taken into custody Sunday morning in Eagle Pass, about 3 a.m. Said the Iranian gave himself up to Border Protection agents after making the illegal crossing. He, along with the other 3 Iranians, are considered special interest aliens because they're from countries identified by the government as having conditions that promote or protect terrorism or potentially pose some sort of national security threat. Now, last week, CBP agents apprehended 2 Lebanese nationals in Eagle Pass. They're also considered special interest aliens. They've also apprehended an Egyptian man in his 40s separately in the Rio Grande Valley sector. Officials have apprehended 19 Iranians and 17 Syrians since last Monday. All these apprehensions amid concerns of security and the potential of terrorism. obviously, after Hamas invading Israel. Lebanon borders with Israel, home of the terror group Hezbollah, which, like Hamas, is designated a terror group by the State Department. It is also funded by Iran. John Kirby told reporters last week that Iran had broad complicity when it comes to Hamas due to their support of the organization. All right. They're coming in, and I don't think they're coming in to peacefully look for a job. Welcome back, Pappy.
Yeah, local convenience store down the street next to you. Steve, the government admitted there was 160 on the terror watch list that they stopped coming across.
Correct.
And that's who they stopped, not counting who they didn't stop. That came through, walked right past them. I'm not counting the ones that got away, so to speak, that came in without us even knowing about it. I mean, the border's legitimately wide open. There is no border. You remember when we pulled out of Afghanistan, we were flying all them Afghans back here on military planes? And it came out that how many of them were terrorists? I know we talked about that. I can't remember how many it was.
Yeah, I mean, we were supposed to be bringing back
people before.
It was supposed to be the Afghans that helped our forces as interpreters and things like that over the years of the 20 years we were there. But yeah, a whole bunch of them somehow were able to sneak in and get on these flights and whatnot who weren't supposed to have been in there.
They weren't vetting anybody, man. Come on, let's go. They had John Kirby on Fox, I think, tonight, claiming that Iran, there's no evidence to show that Iran had any involvement in this. And there's no evidence that one dime of that money was spent. No crap. He just don't get it, man. Somebody tells you the check's on the way. Okay, whatever you got in the bank account, you can spend now because the other check's in the mail. Them carriers in the area, Steve, in case Iran does get involved, I don't believe that we should be getting involved. This is not our war over there because it's already here. I just don't believe we should be getting involved over there, sending any troops. If some neighbors, Steve, that live 5 blocks over get in a feud, get in a fist fight, right? You don't even know them. You know of them. Some other neighbors come knocking on your door. Hey, they're fist fighting up the street. Let's go up there and get involved. And, none of my business. I don't know what they're fighting over. Well, we know what they're fighting over, but and sending money too, Steve. I hate to say it, man, but we are bankrupt. Is this another ploy by you go out to that big 30,000-foot view and look down? Is this another ploy from the deep state to get us to send how many more millions and billions of dollars over there to Israel? Now, I saw an interview with Gates. He said that there's prearranged. It doesn't even have to go through the House anymore. If Iran or if Israel needs some help, they get it. Even though we don't have a House Speaker, because somebody brought that up. We don't have a House Speaker. What happens if they need aid? They already got guaranteed aid. Prearranged. Already voted on. But I don't, we can't afford it. We have to secure this country. We have to close that border. We have to. Steve, do you realize what it's going to take to go around and hunt these people down and get them out of here? We're going to have to. If we don't, We can read and write and you won't. All right, my man. Hey, I took way enough of your time here. What's the big number, man? What are you? You got to be pushing. I know you're not the big 6-0 yet, but you are pushing it.
It was 5-9 yesterday.
Yeah. Enjoy it, man. Next one's a big one.
The big 6-0. Well,
one's a big one,
and if
right?
all goes according to plan, we'll all be together on a cruise ship.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's right.
Yeah.
How about that?
If all goes according to plan, let's.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on all this, though. Yeah, you're right, man. How about that? Cool. All right, brother. Everybody, be safe. Situational awareness. Hammer down. Be safe. Appreciate it, Steve.
All right. More, the southern border. So, two Lebanese nationals last week. These are two of 164 Lebanese nationals encountered from October of 21 through this point in October. Listen to some of these numbers. Customs and Border Protection encountered 6,386 nationals from Afghanistan, 3,153 from Egypt, 659 from Iran, 538 from Syria. Again, these are numbers from October of 21 to here we are, October of 23, 2 years' time. Of course, both Hamas, which operates in Gaza, Hezbollah, that operates in Lebanon, linked and funded by Iran. Department of Homeland Security threat assessment last month warned that terrorists and criminal actors may exploit this elevated flow and increasingly complex security environment to enter the United States. Just last week, the former Customs and Border Protection Commissioner said that the chaos of this surging number of illegal migrants flooding the U.S. on our southern border is likely hiding incoming terrorist cells like the Hamas cells that were activated last weekend there in Israel. Keep in mind, in the past 32 months, we've had what they call gotaways. 1.6 million gotaways. That's 1.6 million that we know absolutely nothing about. Truth is, we could have a terrorist planning cell in the U.S. right now. We have no idea. That is the facts. But from there, what else? Several other industry headlines we'll get to. I know Philip checks in from down in Florida. Maybe kind of a chilly morning, a little cool down there, Philip?
It's getting there. It ain't there yet. I think Tuesday's going to be our good day. What do you think?
I knew it was a Monday night, Tuesday morning. I think that's going to be a cool one.
Yeah, it's like 67 down here right now. It's supposed to get down to like 60 this morning. So that's all right. I got my jacket. I can wear it with my shorts. I'm good to go. Happy birthday, Steve.
Thank you.
And hope you had a great day. Hope you had a great day there. Man, it's a sad day in the United States. Suzanne Summer passed away, man. Did you hear about that?
Yeah. I mean, today would have been her birthday. She would have been 77 today.
Yeah, I know. When I got out of high school back in the mid-'80s, went to work in a machine shop. And first thing I noticed when I worked in the shop with all the folks is all the guys had their pinup pictures on their machines, by the machines on their toolboxes. And she was on a lot of toolboxes. And then years later, I went to work for an aircraft manufacturing company called Piper Aircraft, and went in their machine shop. And I was a flight lineman at the time, but my mom worked in the machine shop as a coordinator. And there she is again. She's on all the toolboxes. So I think she was more photographed than Cindy Crawford and a lot of those those ladies. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, back in the day, yep, she was one of those pinups like Farrah Fawcett.
Yeah, I mean, she even did a deal with Playboy, from what I understand, and made half of a few bucks. But everybody knows her though from Three's Company, and I don't think too many people know she was in American Graffiti, and she did a lot of stuff. So, but it's a sad day. But I guess her and John Ritter are having fun in the apartment nowadays up there. So
how about that?
But have you watched this weather down there south, Steve? You got a storm coming across now. It might get pretty close to the Caribbean. They're hoping that it's going to turn and get dragged up by a front, but this thing surprised a lot of them and hung south, coming off of Africa, and it's getting pretty big. Have you seen anything about that?
I know the next one. Are they talking? I guess there's an S-name storm out there, and I think Tammy's going to be the next name, but they're kind of hanging on. Sean barely hanging on, but Tammy could be following.
Yeah, Tammy could be following, and then here's something else I want to look at here too as well. If you look at the Eastern Pacific side, like down there by Panama, there's some weather that's building down there in the Pacific, and it's supposed to form two hurricanes, and those hurricanes are going to be hitting Mexico. Now, that's what happened last week with us. We had these storms that came across Mexico, came up through the Gulf, and then run across up there in northern Florida. I mean, it was some pretty bad times. I had some tornadoes over in Clearwater. Crystal River got hit with a tornado. That was some pretty bad weather that came in that way, and so we got to be kind of cautious about that kind of stuff, because that spin-up stuff happens a lot this time of year, you know, and you get that rapid intensification off the shore there, and watch out, you know. That's what kind of happened off of Mexico when that Lydia went across the Cat 4, and the rapid intensification made it, you know, get that big. So you got to be kind of careful and watch all that stuff. Weather plays hand in hand. As far as the fossil fuel thing, what Tappy was talking about there a moment ago, I truly think, and this is just my opinion, that the reason that they want us to go electric and autonomous and all this stuff is they want to have one control over one fuel source for us. With fossil fuel, they don't have control over it as much. With electric, they can regulate it a lot more. And some people might say that's a conspiracy theory, but what do you think, Steve?
All I know is that they've made. Biden has, you can go back and play the quotes, the elimination of fossil fuel, the elimination of coal, but we all know it ain't the reality. It can't happen anytime in the near future.
Well, think about this. Okay, so what does it take to run a lot of power plants? You know, we're not using nuclear as much anymore, so it's natural gas. We're using a lot of natural gas, and in some cases, they went back to coal-fired plants, especially in China. China uses a lot of coal-fired plants. You're going to have to use a lot of fossil fuel. If you cut the consumption out of fossil fuel from trucks and cars and whatever can be turned electric, you possibly can control all that fossil fuel to make electricity with. I don't know if that's understandable or not, but if you did that, you'd be controlling a lot of energy resource there, and that'd be just like kind of like what Russia's doing, like what China does with their folks, you know, and that's, you know, that's one thing that we're not about in America. And I believe that we should shut down our borders. We should shut down our borders. We should treat our situation right now. I'll put it to you this way. If we've got to send out B-52s like we did the other day when Israel happened, the Israeli attacks happened, we actually scrambled B-52s. If we've got to scramble any of our armed services, or we've got to move any of our stuff over to those countries, we need to shut down our borders and protect ourselves here at home. So I don't know how y'all feel about that, but that's my feelings on it. So but that's all I got today, bud, and I appreciate you having me, and you have a great one. I hope your birthday was great. Thanks, bud.
All right, thank you much. Yeah, that border should have been shut down millions of illegals ago, to say the least. All right, let me see here. Roy says Iran's Republican Guard moving fighters closer to the Syrian border with Israel. Thought to be mainly a defensive move. Dipsy Driver, hello, Steve, and the most informed audience. It's a chilly 45 here. A little breezy, feels like 41. Good to hear Mary Ann call in. And how about those Detroit Lions? The Lions are 5-1 on the season. Everybody stay safe out there. So you're telling me the Lions may actually be favored? You come our Thanksgiving Day this year. It's so many years. Yeah, historically the Lions would get the snot beat out of them on Thanksgiving Day, right? Because it's just that tradition. But they are definitely having a great season thus far, 5-1. All right, hello, Kevin. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew here. Hillbilly Tex. Hanging on to the mud flap, tipping the hat, and ringing the cowbell. Exit 81 off I-75. And there's happy birthday from the Cincinnati Kid. Thank you much. We'll be back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. 5 before the hour. Brain Dead shared earlier. They run a little bit behind on the news there. Story out of Tennessee, which we all know. We've been following it for several months now, right? Talking about Yellow Corporation, the Tennessee-based trucking company that entered bankruptcy, closed operations. 33,000 lost their jobs, the biggest mass layoff in the U.S. since 2020. But many of these workers unable to find jobs while still being owed unpaid vacation and sick leave, an unfortunate result of the company's collapse. WSWS spoke with several ex-Yellow staff members who are still severely impacted by the events that unfolded this year. I have a friend. He's owed 33 days, which is almost $7,000, and he's not working. We gave over 10 years of 15% of our pay every week to this company. We gave up part of our pension for 10 years, and at the end, they got a $700 million bailout during COVID from the U.S. government and still put us out of business. Out of all the guys I know, maybe 7 or 8 got jobs doing what we did. Most of them have to go doing other jobs or changing their craft because they can't get in the door anywhere. Ex-driver Alan Byers says, I'm having a terrible time finding a job. However, it's my age that comes up more than anything. Insurance doesn't want to cover a driver past 64. That's at least what I've been told 3 times now. Worst thing is our insurance wasn't paid and was cut off immediately, and any accrued vacation time was not paid, but job seekers are having a tough time finding suitable or comfortable work. In Memphis, we hear nothing from the union local, nothing at all.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. GOP presidential hopeful Nikki Haley says her time as U.S. ambassador to the UN taught her a lot about Hamas and their secret tunnels.
That are massive, that are sophisticated, to hide equipment and ammunition and to do their dirty work and maybe to have those hostages.
Speaking on CNN State of the Union, Haley said she was in some of the tunnels during a 2017 visit to Israel. She said many of them run underneath places such as hospitals and schools and that they're hard to find. Haley acknowledged that Hamas might be keeping American and Israeli hostages in some of the tunnels. President Biden considering traveling to Israel on a solidarity visit. Senior U.S. official confirmed the news after several Israeli media outlets reported earlier Sunday that the invitation had been made by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is expected to return to Tel Aviv on Monday. One university president says it shouldn't be that hard to protect Jewish students and to protect free speech.
You got so many universities around the country
Somehow at a moment of the most grave, grotesque attacks on Jewish people since the Holocaust, they all of a sudden say there's too much complexity to say anything.
Speaking on Fox News Sunday, University of Florida President Ben Sasse defended a statement he sent to Jewish alums condemning Hamas and last weekend's attack on Israel. Sasse, who previously served as U.S. Senator from Nebraska, didn't mention any specific schools, but he did criticize university leaders in general who haven't spoken out more strongly against Hamas. Actress Suzanne Somers has died after a long battle with breast cancer. Somers gained instant fame in the mid-70s as Chrissy Snow on the ABC hit comedy Three's Company. Somers died on Sunday, just 1 day shy of her 77th birthday. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A teenager is in custody in connection with last week's mass shooting that left 5 people injured at Morgan State University in Maryland. A 17-year-old male was arrested in D.C. Thursday and will face multiple counts of attempted murder. Detectives are looking for another suspect, identified as 18-year-old Javon Williams. They say Williams should be considered armed and dangerous. Former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen says he will reportedly not testify in court next week because of health issues. Cohen was scheduled to appear on Tuesday and Wednesday to testify in Trump's $250 million civil fraud. Cohen is now battling a health issue, and his testimony will be delayed. Trump announced that he would fly into New York to watch Cohen testify in person. Here's a troubling statistic for high school students.
ACT scores in the U.S. fell to their lowest levels in more than 30 years. The average ACT composite score was 19.5 out of 36. Last year's score was slightly higher. The reported scores were from the students from the first year of the pandemic. Scores from the college admission test have dropped steadily for the past 6 straight years. I'm Skip Kelly.
High inflation is causing Generation Z to tighten their wallets. A Bank of America survey shows 73% of respondents between the age of 18 and 26 say they have changed their lifestyle dramatically. Of them, 43% say they stay at home instead of eating at restaurants, 40% spend less on clothing, and about half say they only buy essentials at the grocery store. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
the situation in the Middle East that oil prices would be volatile, to say the least. And we saw a big jump. Oil prices up 6% Friday as we closed out the week with Brent posting its highest weekly gain since February. Investors pricing in the possibility that the conflict in the Middle East could widen. Now, I guess the waiting game has been ongoing for the actual ground incursion into Gaza, which, last check, they still had not begun. Israel's announcement marked a shift from an air war to ground operations to root out the Hamas fighters. So again, Friday, Brent futures were up $4.89 a barrel. At $90.89, West Texas Intermediate was up $4.78 per barrel to $87.69. Both benchmarks posting their highest daily percentage gain since April. Brent also recorded a weekly gain of 7.5%, biggest such increase since February. Now, the conflict in the Middle East has had little impact on global oil and gas supplies. Israel's not a big producer. Investors and market observers are assessing how it might escalate and what it might mean for supplies from some nearby countries in the world's top producing region. Iran's oil minister said Friday that oil prices are expected to reach $100 per barrel due to the current situation. Now, the foreign minister also discussed the Israel-Hamas conflict with the head of the Tehran-backed Lebanese group Hezbollah, which has launched its own cross-border attacks on Israel. If the U.S. tightens enforcement of sanctions on Iran's oil exports due to any role that they may have in the conflict, then Iran's oil supply could fall. Now, Saudi Arabia is putting their plans, U.S.-backed plans, to normalize ties with Israel on ice. A rapid rethinking of their foreign policy priorities as the conflict escalates. So I guess, obviously, in pretty short order, those higher per barrel prices will be reflected at our prices at the pump. So just be prepared. Well, hello, Anonymous Hippopotamus.
There you go, Your Honor. Yeah, I seem to remember asking that question last week. There is when fuel prices are going to double.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see where it all comes out in the wash. But, yeah, I was kind of surprised to hear on the news there about Suzanne Summers. So, but not really that old this day and age anymore, you know?
Uh-huh.
So, anyway, so I guess we did get a post up there for you for a happy birthday. I don't know. I think we were a couple minutes after 12 there the other morning, so hopefully that got through all right and everybody started catching on by the looks of it. So anyways, happy birthday, because I don't know, my grandmother once said that your birthday is not over until you get your last card, and I think now day and age with Facebook and everything, and you gotta expand it out there until you get your last birthday wish there, right?
Very good.
So we'll see how long we can drag this out for. But anyway, so today, Monday, starting today is the start of the 2024 Make-A-Wish Mother's Day Truck Convoy campaign.
It's already here. Wow.
We're already here, getting it started, and the crazy thing is that my busy season with a fire truck out there all summer long, going to musters and stuff, is after Mother's Day, and everything's pretty well winding down right now. So I kind of promote it out there a lot, but people ask me, how can I donate? And it's like, well, at this point we're on hold, so just hang on and watch for me on the Facebook, or, if you're my friend or, somebody I got in a list there that I get emails out to, just hold on. But it's kind of crazy that, for my busy time of the year, having the fire truck out doing stuff, I'm actually not out collecting money for it. So I don't know, maybe that's a good thing, because it gives me time to do that. And now I can spend all that other time there, going out doing what I need to do. So, but as I say, from last year, for all the generosity everybody had with helping, and Hot Shot Secret with their donation to match funds and everything, we ended up with $10,000 there, just over $10,000. So, you know what happens this year, Your Honor? We got to raise the bar.
Uh-oh.
Got to raise the bar. So we're looking to do $15,000 there this year, Your Honor. So I'm hoping we can pull it off, but it's going to take a little bit extra work. But every year we've done this, we've been able to increase every year. So
Mm-hmm.
so we're hoping that we can get a little increase. And I got a couple ideas that I haven't been able to have in the past, and that maybe I can make work out. Maybe we can get some more help out here, like the Hot Shot Secret, with that type of matching in that. So hopefully the extra 5,000 won't be as hard as what it is to a lot of times, just to get the straggling in to try to get to where my goal is. So I'm kind of hoping we'll be able to pull that off and get that and see where it all comes out in the wash for next Mother's Day. But everything's all up and running. The web page is up, wishconvoy.org, so you can get in and see all the drivers there, and I got a link there I sent to you in the email, and if you want to post that anywhere you like, but I put a link there, I believe, on your page, and I'm not sure if I did it right or not to get it on the fan page or not there. So we'll see how all that works out. But anyways, yeah, we'll get it out and about. I get it online. We'll get a little write up for it and everything out there, and we're going to get things started. So anyways, I don't know. That's about all we can say about that right now, and we'll see what develops here in the way here. But other than that, I kind of had a real good soggy day Saturday, like you said there, and we weren't able to see anything in the clips or anything there. It was just wet all day.
Yep.
And it actually ended up being a pretty decent day yesterday, and got a lot of stars out here tonight. So I'm thinking that should be pretty decent. I had one person tell me there, the AccuWeather gods aren't forecasting anything possibly until next weekend. So I'm not sure exactly where you've come across with that yet, but anyways, it'd be good to be able to dry out a little bit.
A dry stretch.
Yards. Yeah, get some yard stuff done. We got some leaves coming down, and as normal, if anybody needs a couple 100 pounds of leaves, you're more than welcome. Just let me know where you'd like me to ship them to. We'll ship them COD without any problem. They're nice big oak leaves, so they make all kinds of nice decorations and that. So, but anyways, acorns too. If you need acorns, we got a pretty good crop of them as well. So anyways, that'd be a plus there if somebody's interested in acorns and oak tree leaves. But with all that there, I guess we'll let you go there. And I'm pretty sure that was an accurate report that Knucklebuster was asking about there with that Chinese sub there. We talked about that last week.
Yeah, that's been in the news off and on. China denies it, of course, but yeah, I mean, most of the powers that be say, I mean, they weren't able to, finally resurface it, but everybody was dead.
Yeah, China denies what? Who? What?
Exactly.
China?
Never.
Denies? What? We don't know anything about that. Sure. Anyways. All right. Well, with that, I guess we'll let you get going there and do your due diligence here.
On a Monday, no less. Well, hey, thanks for chiming in. Have a good morning. Let's see. Censorship. Censorship is the headline. Yeah, Pappy said the left is calling for Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, YouTube, etc., social media, to ban negative posts towards Israel. News media, we can show these photo or videos too gruesome to air. I say expose the enemy for who they are. Show their atrocities to the world. Let them post. Let them demonstrate. Let them show their faces so we know who they are. Yeah, AOC and the rest of them, we know who they are. Let them show the rest of Americans who they really are. Yeah. All right, let's see, industry update. Before the year is over, which that won't be long, the FMCSA is expected to release a proposal aimed at ensuring the safe deployment of commercial motor vehicles with automated driving systems. According to their September significant rulemaking report, they are scheduled to release a notice of proposed rulemaking on December 29th. In regards to the safe integration of autonomous trucks, the proposed changes to the commercial motor vehicle operations, inspection, repair, and maintenance regulations to prioritize safety and security. All right, they go through the regular BS here. Back in February, the FMCSA released a supplemental advanced notice of proposed rulemaking about automated driving systems, asking for feedback from the industry. They ask for the public to provide feedback in 3 areas: notification by motor carriers operating level 4 or 5, automated driving system equipped commercial vehicles, oversight for remote assistance, and vehicle inspection and maintenance. They had specific questions they were asking about. Meanwhile, OOIDA filed their comments earlier this year that they should not roll out the technology before it's ready, despite the various claims that autonomous vehicles will lead to 0 deaths. There continue to be real-world situations where automation has devastatingly failed. While autonomous vehicles might improve safety under certain conditions, they create new risks with dangerous outcomes. They also reminded the agency that autonomous vehicles could drastically change the trucking industry and its workforce. In recent years, the FMCSA has focused on the recruitment and retention of truck drivers while simultaneously paving the way for the introduction of autonomous trucks. Now, while we are still years away from fully automated trucks, decisions made today will have a significant impact on the deployment of these vehicles. ADS-equipped commercial vehicles, ultimately on the livelihood, the effects of professional drivers and the economy at large. Elected officials, federal regulators, and our industry partners must develop autonomous vehicle policies in a responsible manner that considers their perspective of the American truck driver. A lot of talk, but again, so supposedly a couple days before the new year rolls in, we'll get that. All right, Eagle, got you coming up here next. Get your ears on. Brain Dead checks in, and it is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, get back to the calls here, and as we roll into a Monday. Morning, Eagle. What's happening out there? Oh, hello, Eagle. I believe it's Eagle. Well, maybe he dozed off. I don't know. Brain Dad, what's going on?
Yeah. Out here just riding and gliding right now. Heading back to the warehouse from Jackson, Tennessee. Had to go up there to a store and deal with, well, I can't say those words on the radio, but let's put it this way. They make up to handle Brain Dead 10 times worse. So. How was your weekend, buddy?
Short and sweet. Not too shabby, though. I'm another year older, you know.
I figured the princess take you to McDonald's for your birthday for surf and turf. You know, Big Mac and filet of fish.
We did get to go out for a birthday dinner. I chose Roosters. I went back to our normal chicken joint.
Okay. Anyway, you were talking about the that story that I sent you. You know, that marketplace.org, you know, that Anthony Norwood, who is the chief of human resources for SIA. Well, I found his email address and I sent him not a nasty email, but I broke it down for him because people like him just don't understand what it is like to lose your job and even the prospects of you thinking ahead that the job is going to come to an end. You know, I would love to go to work for R&L. I would love to go to work for SIA. I'd love to go to work for these companies, but there's that stigma that I'm going to bring the union over. And me and one of the other Holland drivers that's over here the other night got to talking about that, and he couldn't figure it out either. And I told him the same thing. See how stupid these companies are. They want these young drivers, young employees that's going to be around for a while. Steve, I know way too many of these 25 and 30-year-olds that you can't even staple a job to their hand, let alone they work the job. I mean, trust me, I know one of them that I got on at Yellow. He lasted about a month and left. Good paying job, too. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But this younger generation doesn't want to work. They would rather sit there on TikTok and Instagram and whatever and be an influencer and get paid for it. Okay, well, that's good and all, but who's going to deliver your groceries? Who's going to sit there and move the freight? You know, Steve, the other night, while you weren't on, last night, I delivered 100,000 pounds of groceries to 7 Kroger stores in the Memphis area. 100,000 pounds. Now, if there wasn't somebody like me out here running this freight, how would the grocery stores get full?
Sure.
You know, not only that, but how would the stuff get to the warehouse for us to deliver? I mean, people forget about this, and they want to put this autonomous trucks in. Oh, please, give me a break. We already got autonomous trucks. It's called flip-floppers. You know, that's all they know how to do is get in the truck and drive. You know, people like myself and Gouger and a lot of the older hands, you know, we actually got out here and worked. We had the common courtesy. We had the respect. You know, we didn't have anybody holding our hands and just giving us the old, okay, well, you know, here's an ELD, here's an automatic truck, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we had to learn, we had to know what we're doing. But did you see the other story that I sent you, Steve? The real life Smokey and the Bandit.
Yes, I did. I did share that a bit earlier. I think you're probably maybe taking care of business. I did share that. $1.6 million worth of liquor. Yeah. That's a lot of liquor.
Yeah. But oh, by the way, Steve, before I forget, I'll let you go here in a second. A friend of mine asked me this question, and I need to ask you this question now. You know, a Karen is also called a Karen, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what do you get when you have a group of Karens?
Oh, it's probably pretty ugly.
A homeowners association. Bye to me.
There you go. That'd be about par for the course, right? All right, it is 844-3388. News break coming up here. Lower Mississippi, we know, been following the water levels. Once again, at an all-time low last week at Memphis. Coming off a sweltering summer and the ongoing drought. Setting a record for the second consecutive year. More on that coming up after this.
USA News Update. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is calling for the protection of civilians in Gaza.
Blinken is meeting with Egypt's president on Sunday. Mideast leaders are hoping to prevent a wider conflict. The latest numbers as of Sunday morning indicate that more than 2,400 people have been killed in Gaza and 9,200 injured. In Israel, 1,400 people have been killed and 3,500 wounded.
FBI Director Christopher Wray reported domestic threats have surged as conflicts in Israel escalates. Wray acknowledged the increase in threats due to the heightened environment, calling for increased vigilance and requesting that police continue to share intelligence and observations. Actress Suzanne Somers has died after a long battle with breast cancer. Somers gained instant fame in the mid-'70s as Chrissy Snow on the ABC hit comedy Three's Company. Dave Collins, USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that when combined really keep things moving. I drink it every day and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors, natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And yes, of course, plenty of room for you on a Monday. Let me see here. The numbers have been changing and growing and continue to do so over the weekend as far as the number of Americans confirmed dead in Israel. The number has now reached 30. According to the State Department on Sunday, 13 additional Americans remain unaccounted for, a number of whom are believed to be held captive in Gaza. The Israeli military Sunday said that 155 people overall are still being held by Hamas. Israel has said they will not agree to any conditions on the release of the hostages. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan this past day said the administration's working round the clock for the safe passage of Palestinian Americans out of Gaza. Yeah, we're not going to rest until that happens, he said. Meanwhile, overall death toll in Israel from the previous weekend's attack, more than 1,400. France also confirmed Sunday 19 of its citizens were killed. 13 remain missing. More than 2,600 have been killed in Gaza since Israel began the retaliation, shelling the strip there in regards to Hamas. Yeah, Mississippi River, low water levels disrupting once again barge traffic, allowing salt water to move up the river. into Louisiana, threatening the drinking water for thousands of people. Now, last week, the water level at Memphis fell to a record low elevation of minus 11.5 feet. Now, that's going back last Wednesday afternoon. The preliminary record has to be verified by the Army Corps of Engineers, the National Weather Service in Memphis, and the water levels could continue to drop in the coming days. Now, several other records were set over the previous weekend along the Mississippi and its major tributary, the Ohio River. Cairo, Illinois, was at a level of 4.5 feet, while New Madrid and Caruthersville in Missouri hit minus 6.4 feet and minus 2.6 feet. But since at least mid-September, every water level gauge along the nearly 400-mile stretch of the Mississippi from the Ohio River to Jackson, Mississippi, has been at or below the low water threshold, according to NOAA. The water levels, again, sparking concerns for barge traffic. This is the critical harvest period when the Midwestern crops, the staples, corn, soybeans, wheat, all being transported down the river. Now, we did see several days of rain this past week and some lighter rain over the Ohio River Valley that may cause the central and lower Mississippi to rise maybe a few feet, according to hydrologists. It's definitely not going to end the low water conditions we have right now. You need several rain events like what we saw this past week over multiple weeks to really start getting things to change on the lower portion of the Mississippi. Water from the recent rain will take roughly a month to make its way through the Midwest waterways into the Mississippi and then snake its way down to where the river meets the Gulf. I had no idea it took that amount of time for that water to make it that far south. It seems like the river levels are moving so swiftly. More substantial relief probably will not come until November, and real recovery and high water levels really goes from December through about May. Now, I've been working on trying to keep the salt water away from the water treatment plants. Army Corps of Engineers said it would probably take 10 inches of rain over the entire Mississippi River Valley to push that salt water back into the Gulf. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Barge traffic moving slow once again this year. Hello, Scarecrow.
Oh, Stephen, 1,001 apologies, bud. I truly forgot your birthday, and I don't know how to beg your forgiveness. I can't imagine, how the weekend went for you there. I'm sure the princess at some point asked you why you were moping around so, and you related how here you had reminded the listeners several times during the week about your pending birthday, and that rat bastard Crow did not call you or send birthday greetings. I truly am sorry.
Yeah, boy.
But maybe there'll be a surprise care package in the mail someday. You never know. Oh, man. When you started reading off about Ed having that incident,
yes.
I thought, oh, come on now. You got to be kidding. He didn't learn his lesson the first time he was practice jump roping over the fuel hose. Did he actually repeat that incident? But no, at least history didn't repeat itself there. But yeah, Ed, yeah, you're getting old, man. You're catching up with the rest of us. So
we ain't getting any younger, are we?
No. We are. I guess we call that experience, right, Steve? Oh man. Well, yeah, Captain Ron being gone, but I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to say it. Somebody else wants.
Come
to
on, it's the greatest day of the week.
I refuse to say it again there, Steve. No, somebody else can cover his back there. Oh, let's see where else we want to go here. We reported, or we've heard the reports about the show of force, the second carrier group, sailing and all way. Been kind of an ongoing show of force. Well, actually, most of the summer up at Fairford Air Force Base up there. The B-1 bombers have been running exercises, coming and going, and in fact, I think some have been coming out of Texas. Such, it's become somewhat of a tourist attraction at least for the aviation buffs. If you like noise, you observe a B-1, they are just nasty loud. But and I think there's been more activity in that respect, this last week also. And I can tell you, there's been more U-2 activity coming out of Fairford, and I think we know what that's been all about. But so yeah, what else has transpired? Last night on 60 Minutes is a very good interview. A young couple in that community that was overtaken, that was first attacked. They live in that community, and I think a lot of houses and properties have safe rooms and such. Well, they were in one, held up in one for many hours. Well, they have a 1 and a 2-year-old children. They managed to keep those kids quiet for several hours, and the attackers, they heard them chatting, right outside the house wall. That's how close they were. Well, the husband, he'd managed to get a phone call out to his dad. However, I don't know how far away he was. Now, they interviewed, the dad and his wife also. Well, he has happened to be a retired Israeli general, and he said he immediately grabbed his pistol and they jumped in the car and they started heading, for their son's house, and they didn't know what was ahead of them. But the fact is, even 2 Israeli checkpoints, they were turned away, said, "No, you're not going there." Well, they found a way around the first one, and they got to the second one, and he told him, "Well, you shoot us in the back then, but we're going." And they got the job done, Steve. They saved another couple, on their way. But when they got to the house, and the dad called for the son's name, and everything was well, and that's when the tears finally started. But there's lots of stories like that we're going to be hearing and such. One last thing here. I suck, Steve. I truly suck, and this is not a pun either. I related how we had that beer drinking contest coming up over the weekend, via baby bottles, and nippled baby bottles, that is. Well, here I thought I was going to be a shining star. Well, the shining star happened to be my wife's brother-in-law. Well, he's a farm boy to begin with, so he kind of knows what the technique it would take to, from perhaps milking by hand and whatnot. While the rest of us were sucking for all we're worth. Now he's more kind of stroking it with his mouth and lips and teeth, and Ram, he had that thing. Any of the rest of us had half of it gone, and of course it didn't help matters. And my bride, she apparently you can get nipples in 3 different size openings.
Correct.
She had gone with the infant.
Go figure.
Oh, let me tell you, I tell you, if you ever find yourself in one of them contests, you better kind of go shopping and maybe slip one in your pocket and go with the large size, because I tell you, you don't hardly get nothing out of them for the smallest opening. So yeah, I think that kind of covers it for now here. There's all kinds of things that might come up here, but that's what I had for you at the moment, man. Happy birthday, Steve.
All right. Yeah, well, better late than never. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And it is 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. And who we got there? Kentucky Ken. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers, about 100 miles from our Columbus venue. Last week on this tour, and we end Saturday night in Nashville. Safe travels, everybody. Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right. I bet you'll be darn good and ready for some home time there, Ken. It's been a long trip out there, hasn't it? Okay, let's see. Linwood, happy day after your birthday, Steve. Psalms 118:24. And Darlene, Says hello. Good night, everybody. Hello to Gary. 42 degrees here in southwest Ohio on a Monday morning. All right. Everybody wants their home time, right? Describing the trucking industry's current driver issue as a truck driver shortage is not accurate. But that does not change the fact that, yes, some companies are struggling to hire drivers. Yeah, but nobody wants to do the Kentucky Ken thing, the over-the-road, being out on the road for weeks at a time. Blizzard Trucking out of Virginia having a hard time finding drivers willing to stay over the road. A situation the company owners describing as a driver shortage. A lot of our drivers are retirement age or close to it. So they're starting to come off the road. We've got empty trucks sitting. We're advertising. We've got competitive pay, good benefits, and just no applications, according to the owner. Said the younger drivers are not willing to sacrifice home time to haul long distances. They won't apply for positions Blizzard's hiring for. Even currently employed older drivers are not enjoying the open road like they used to. A lot of things factor into your older generation of drivers. They're the ones that have been out here for years doing it, and they're just not enjoying it like they used to. I've had quite a few say, it's time for me to come off the road. Now, Blizzard's long-distance hauls have made filling the now empty seats more difficult as the attitude amongst younger drivers shifts from open road to home time. He said, the couple people that I've spoke to in the last 6 or 8 months, they all say, well, I need weekends off. I need more time at home. I mean, that just doesn't work for us with the freight that we haul and the long distance that we go. Now, people they're given sign-on bonuses. They're given pay increases, good benefits. I don't know what the answer would be to recruit more drivers, but it's going to continue to get harder for trucking companies. There's a ripple effect to your merchandise in the stores, so it's definitely there. There's a huge need for truck drivers all around the country, but everybody's going to be affected. Every single person will be affected by this, she says. Now, the Transportation and Logistics Program Coordinator, Jim Butler at the Blue Ridge Community College, where they've got the commercial driving school, said their CDL program has grown in the last few years. The students that are attending are getting younger. Still, the push to train new drivers doesn't seem to have helped the underlying issue. People just don't want to make the sacrifices for trucking the way they used to. Everybody wants to be home every night, or again, home at least every weekend. And all right, other industry headlines. What do we see here? One person in custody after a broke-down trucker was robbed by a motorist on the side of the highway in Virginia last week on Interstate 81. According to the local ABC affiliate, Jacob Falso was headed south on 81 when he pulled onto the shoulder and stopped in front of a tractor-trailer broken down on the side of the road. He then ran up to the cab of the rig, broke the driver's side window, robbed the trucker while armed with a knife. He then attempted to steal the semi, but was unsuccessful. When police arrived on the scene, they found Falso on the side of the highway, still holding the knife. He refused to comply with the officer's instructions, ran back to his car, and headed south on 81. So the chase is on. He refused to stop for officers. Police pursued him on I-8. During the pursuit, he collided with a FedEx truck, rammed 2 police vehicles, eventually lost control at the 204-mile marker, crashing where he was then taken into custody without further incident. No one injured in the collisions in that pursuit. He was taken for medical evaluation, and now he is in the Middle River Regional Jail, facing multiple charges in both Shenandoah and Augusta counties. And I don't know if you've seen some of the photographs or some of the video. This driver has to get a Dumbass of the Week nomination. Images making their way via social media show the semi-truck on what is a scenic mountain roadway near Mexican Hat, Utah. All I can figure is dude must have been following a GPS, right? Last week, multiple social media users reported encountering a semi on the Moki Dugway Scenic Backway, which carries Highway 261 to San Juan County in Utah. Now, the local news outlet, KSL, describes this Moki Dugway as one of Utah's most dangerous driving roads. How they got this thing out of there, I don't know, but social media users say the truck was finally removed last Thursday morning. But you got to see the photo. This is like, a road. Nobody else was getting through. Obviously, nobody going either direction was going to get around this semi on this skinny, hanging off a cliff kind of roadway. And with that, news break time, final hour coming up. Plenty of room for you. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is calling for the protection of civilians in Gaza.
Blinken is meeting with Egypt's president on Sunday. Mideast leaders are hoping to prevent a wider conflict. The latest numbers as of Sunday morning indicate that more than 2,400 people have been killed in Gaza and 9,200 injured. In Israel, 1,400 people have been killed and 3,500 wounded. 29 Americans were also killed and 15 remain missing, according to the State Department. I'm Skip Kelly.
FBI Director Christopher Wray said reported domestic threats have surged as conflicts in Israel escalates. Ray acknowledged the increase in threats due to the heightened environment, calling for increased vigilance and requesting that police continue to share intelligence and observations. In the week since the deadly Hamas attack on Israel, pro-Palestinian rallies have taken place in several cities across the U.S. Anti-Semitic activist organizations are supporting the attack, calling Israelis occupiers. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin of Virginia says it's important for the Jewish people to know they are supported.
There is a real sense of fear in the Jewish community, and we need to recognize that anti-Semitism is real, and we have families that are